Well, this is it. This is the end, my friends. We have arrived at the finale of the Dragon Ball manga. It's finally here. Dragon Ball manga volume 42, the last of the compiled volumes of Toriyama's original work. On this edition of the Mangalorian, we're going to be going into this final chapter. A lot of stuff happens. We have a lot to break down. It's just crazy because this story took 11 years to write, and the Mangalorian has been a fun part of most of the Tuesdays of the past year and a half.
Yep.
Jordan, thank you for joining me on this journey, brother. But how do you feel now that we're in the last stretch? This is it.
I'm excited, man. I think I've been wanting to talk about this section of the manga probably the most out of like everything else. So yeah, I'm very excited about it for sure.
Why this section as opposed to anything else?
Because of just the way that everything happens and the way that it calls attention to like Toriyama's overall intentions with not only like Goku as a character but like Dragon Ball as a whole. Like there's a lot of stuff that he does in the Buu saga that kind of makes his intentions from the previous sagas way more obvious. So that's part of the reason I want to get into it, because it answers a lot of questions about what Toriyama was previously thinking when he did other things prior in the story. So
Yeah, this is it though, volume 42. Let's see if we can get right into it here. Now we're going to be talking more about this later, but this is not necessarily the final Mangalorian. We're probably still going to do bonus episodes from time to time, but the original intention of this series was to cover the original 42 volumes of the manga and have 42 archive streams that go into the 42 volumes so people can follow along with us. So Dragon Ball Super, any of the stuff that came after is not what we at all wanted to get into, because that's Toriyama and Toyotaro, not just Toriyama on his own. It's not all him. And we also have reviews of Super on our channels. And also it's still sort of, as far as we know, it's still ongoing based on what they're saying, even though there's no update right now. So this it's just we wanted to look at the original master work, and we planned this series before Toriyama ever even passed away. Yeah. And then he passed away, and it was like, well, we better get it cranking then.
Yep. I think my internet should be fine today, guys. Hopefully.
Let's hope so.
It hasn't crashed in a week, so
that day that it went bad was the last time?
Yep, that was the last time.
Damn. All right, volume 42, chapter 503. So they teased Goku fusing with Gohan with the Potara, but it was indeed Majin Buu that fused with him. So here we have a situation where Toriyama was building up. And also, I do love this cover that Toriyama drew for the 42nd volume, where it's Goku saying goodbye in space and Majin Buu on a spaceship. That's just a classic image.
I love his outfit there. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, the End of Z outfit, which he would use in GT also. So I want to, now is probably the best time to at least go into it a little bit here, because we did talk about it in the previous couple of volumes. It seemed like for the majority of this arc, Toriyama was building up Gotenks and Gohan to be the big heroes. And then here at the end is the final turning point. Goku gets brought back to life by the old Kai. We covered that in the last volume. And now we've got Majin Buu, who absorbed Gohan and Gotenks. So Goku now has to face off against literally the other heroes that he helped build up to be the next heroes. And so clearly Toriyama, it seems like he struggled with figuring out what to do on how to end it. And ultimately, he came up with what he felt was the right ending. How do you feel about, just the fact that Goten and Trunks wound up being part of Buu?
I think it's interesting because it kind of feeds into what I was saying in the previous streams about how they reveal character traits that are unbecoming of them. And I think that Toriyama was being really creative when he had Buu absorb those two, because it's almost like those two, like, flaws that they have are very reminiscent to who Buu is. And what I mean by that is Buu enjoys killing people. Okay, this particular version of Buu consciously enjoys killing people. Well, when Gohan shows up, he makes it very clear that he's going to enjoy killing Buu, right? Another thing that's very interesting about Buu is he's childish. He's very, very childish. He's a prankster. You know what I mean? Like he's very, very similar to Gotenks in that way as well. So it's almost like the character traits that Gohan and Goten and Trunks showed us that were unbecoming of them were also very similar to the character traits that we see in Buu. So I think that absorbing those characters and then Goku being the one to face a character who is essentially a conglomerate of all of those character traits is interesting, because Goku kind of is like the ant. He doesn't have any of those problems. So it's almost like Toriyama's weird way of being like, this is why Goku's the main character. These characters have problems that make it to where they're going to mess up in situations like this. And Goku's going to come and fix everything because he doesn't have those problems. And Buu is almost like an actual incarnation of the issues that Gohan and Goten and Trunks were dealing with as characters. So I think it's very interesting. Like, I actually really like it.
Yeah, I know a lot of folks don't like it. Obviously, a lot of people who are fans of Gohan, and Gotenks has his fans too. They don't like the fact that it went back to Goku. I've already debunked that it had nothing to do with the fans or even his editors. Toriyama just felt like Gohan wasn't the right guy to finish off the arc. And ultimately, did he go back and make Gohan arrogant again? Yeah, but we're gonna get more into it when we get to the actual final battle, which is right around the corner. But I actually really like, and for a while when I was younger, when I was a teenager, young adult, I agreed with most of the fandom. Like, you know what? I kind of think Gohan should have been the final guy. You know, Gohan and Gotenks together could have beat Majin Buu 2-on-1. But what they did, I actually really like, because they were able to wrap everything up in a nice package that was, in my opinion, far more emotional and powerful than just having Gohan and Gotenks win. So,
they also get to move into a different phase of like what Buu is that we didn't get to see previously. And it's honestly one of my favorite versions of Buu, because Buu goes from being like this creature that consciously enjoys killing things to, in a primal, more instinctual way, enjoying destroying things. And that's Kid Buu isn't necessarily my favorite version of Buu, but I do think that he was a necessary addition to like the themes of Buu as a character that Toriyama was trying to touch on, because he's very similar to, like, you know, the great ape, you know, for the Saiyans, but it's like the Buu version. And I think that's really cool. So
out of control. Okay. 227060 says, did Super Sentai ever borrow from Dragon Ball? Yes. I'm pretty sure everything in Japanese pop culture has borrowed from Dragon Ball at one time or another. And obviously, Dragon Ball has borrowed from Super Sentai multiple times, including in Daima, which surprised me. But yes, absolutely, it has. And then Austin Mitchell says, thank you, Danny and Jordan, for taking time on the journey for almost 1.5 years. And I really miss these streams. Well, I appreciate it, bro. But everything, we were going to cover the whole thing, and we actually got it done. I was a little worried about us ever getting it done, but we got it done. So
yep.
Well, we're going to get it done, hopefully. Knock on wood, we'll be done here. So in the chapter here, Goku has realized there's nobody left to fuse with. And then this is a classic image that actually was shown in the anime, as well as this character became playable in a couple of the video games. And that is the Goku Satan fusion, which some people have called Goku, but we don't recognize Hercule on these streams because that's a horrible dub censored name. So I guess we should call him Mr. Goku. I don't know, but this would have been hilarious if that's what
I would
actually
personally
happened.
call him Goku Satan just because I think that's a funny name. Like that's what I would if I had to
Gotan.
Gotan, yeah, I guess. But Goku Satan I think is cool.
Yep. Now all of a sudden Goku senses an energy. And it's Vegeta. Oh my God, Vegeta's alive. He's shown up on Earth with Baba. He's getting the 24-hour day back. He's still dead. He's still got the halo. Baba will not go anywhere near Majin Buu. So she drops Vegeta off, and he's like, don't worry. I'm going to go do it. I'll just postpone me getting... And then Vegeta's like, don't worry. It'll just postpone me getting killed again. So Goku senses Vegeta, teleports to him. Goku's about to get attacked by Buuhan. He disappears. Buu sees it, and he's like, he's gone. And Kakarot teleports right to Vegeta, and then Buu senses him and is off to find him. So this is the conversation they have where Goku is imploring for Vegeta to fuse with him with the Potara. And Vegeta, of course, is always very hesitant to fuse. This is the first time that Goku and Vegeta would be fusing in the manga. And of course, we saw him fuse in the movie, in the 12th movie, in the Fusion Reborn movie. We saw it in GT. We saw it in Super. We saw it in Broly. But this is the first time in the manga. And, you know, I did a whole video on the fact that Gogeta was likely going to be in this arc and in this part. But when Toriyama had used Gogeta for the movie, he felt like he had to change it up and create a whole other fusion. And that's where we got Vegeta. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think it is cool. I mean, it spurred a lot of really cool stuff in the series itself. We've gotten all kinds of really cool extra Potara related stuff as a result of that. It's kind of hard to imagine a world where we didn't get the Potara. I mean, it's weird to think about, to be honest. But what I really appreciate about this scene, though, is that Goku is using what basically the effect that he had on him in terms of like caring about his family. Like basically like what defines Vegeta as an Earthling in comparison to who he is as a Saiyan. I really like that Goku uses that as a motivator to get Vegeta to fuse with him. I think that's really cool. It's kind of definitive of his character development in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, it is. And we're going to talk all about that shortly. So Vegeta's mad because and I like how Toriyama, again, it goes back to how we've been saying every single damn stream, that Toriyama is very self-aware when he does like lazy writing or retcons. He's very aware that he does that. When he names stuff stupid, like Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, he's very aware of how dumb it is and makes fun of himself. Here's an example. He gets this right out of the way. Vegeta's mad because when they fought as Majin Vegeta, Goku hid Super Saiyan 3 from him. And Vegeta felt like that was insulting because it wasn't Goku at his best. And Goku apologizes because of the time limit. He didn't want to do it. He's like, you toyed with me. Facts are facts. Because Goku could have knocked him out with Super Saiyan 3.
What's really interesting about that is Vegeta's thinking as though Goku is him. Because Goku, as we all know, is infamous for only fighting somebody at the, you know, in a martial arts fight at the level that he needs to fight them at, right?
Yeah.
Like he's very well known for that because he's thinking about it as a sports match. Whereas Vegeta's like, why didn't you go Super Saiyan 3 and just wipe me out? Because he's like projecting himself onto Goku. Now, what's really interesting about this is had Goku done that, had Goku done what done to Vegeta, what Vegeta expected him to do as a result of basically projecting himself onto Goku, Vegeta never would have had an appreciation for Goku's philosophy later on in the story. if Goku would have chose to use Super Saiyan 3 and fight Vegeta with Super Saiyan 3 and just basically wipe him out, Vegeta never would have developed the appreciation that he does for like Goku's philosophy. So it almost comes first full circle in a sense, because it, you know, despite the fact that Vegeta is really upset about it now, here in a little bit, it's like the thing that he appreciates about Goku over everything else, which is interesting. Oh, you're muted, Danny.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was blew my nose and I forgot to unmute it. So this is the part here where Goku has to catch Vegeta up on everything. Like, hey, listen, Buu has eaten everyone, has killed everyone. Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan, Goten, they're all absorbed. He's really powerful. We have to stop him. This is the only way. We have to use the power of the Potara. So, very generous super chat from Boxcar Griffith. He's Boxcar Graffiti, excuse me. He says, thank you for making these videos. I've gotten a lot of enjoyment watching these streams over the past year. Gonna miss these. Can't wait to see what you guys do next. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that we got some people to enjoy these. I think that over time, hopefully more people will go back. Yeah, and read the original manga and read it and then watch the stream that coincides with it. That way they can kind of pick up on more of the behind the scenes and all that stuff. So I just hope so, man, because one of the irritating things about the fandom is that they haven't read the damn manga. And I know every fandom has casuals, but you'd be surprised as to how many questions would be answered if you read the manga. However, I can't be mad at them because there's a lot of people that have never read an Avengers comic and only go see the movies.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a different level. But I hope, especially with Toriyama no longer being with us, that people remember that this is the canon. You want to talk about canon, what's canon, that's canon, this is canon. 99% of the people who talk about canon have no idea what they're talking about. This is the canon. The original 42 volumes of the manga is the canon. That's it. Everything else is either an adaptation, a sequel involving somebody else, a video game inspired by, or even a follow-up story where Toriyama was involved but wasn't the only guy writing it. This is the canon. That's what this is. This manga, right?
Yeah, he's the one he's behind the pen here. So obviously it would be
100%.
Yeah,
he's got his editors, he's got his friends and family to ask for advice on, but he's the one that has final say.
He's drawing this and imagining it, you know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Vegeta puts on the Potara. Now in the anime, it was Dragon Ball Z episode 268. Vegeta and Goku try to fight Majin Buu as Super Saiyan 2, and they both get smoked. The animation for it is really nice. And so Vegeta here in the manga, it's not like that. He just puts the Potara on. Then that's the music that plays. I've seen this scene so many times in the anime that I memorized the music. So we have Vegito, the birth of a new warrior. Now, people tend to say things like, well, Gogeta is more like Goku and Vegito is more like Vegito. That is false. That has never been stated anywhere. The only reason that Vegito is Vegito and Gogeta is because Gogeta existed first and Toriyama had to make a second fusion, so he basically reversed it. And instead of it being Goku and Vegeta, it's Vegeta and Kakaroto. What I think is stupid, though, is like, and this is not anyone's fault. This is just a translation issue. Vegito doesn't make any sense if you don't recognize that Goku's Japanese name is Kakaroto. In the Spanish, it's not Kakarot, it's Kakaroto. In the, huh?
Yeah, Kakaroto.
Kakaroto. In the
Yeah.
Spanish dub, it's Kakarato. So when they make Vegito, it actually makes sense. Doesn't make sense in English. Xavier says, I love that their clothes fused as well. Yeah, the Potara fusion does not do the cool vest. It just fuses the clothing, which is why in Super it doesn't make any sense when they make Vegito and Vegito doesn't have Saiyan armor because Vegeto's
Yeah,
wearing the
that was
armor.
weird. Yeah.
They just wanted to have the image. Justin said, so would that mean the Dragon Ball Super isn't canon because it didn't exclusively follow Toriyama's vision? Buddy, I'm not getting into that on this stream. I'm going to do a whole last video about it. But I have already talked numerous times, Justin, about Dragon Ball Super being Toriyama writes a manuscript and Toei goes in and writes the episodes. Toriyama did not write the episodes for Dragon Ball Super. He doesn't write the manga chapters. He overviews what Toyotaro does and approves it and makes changes. And he sent Toei a manuscript. We've gone over this. I have gone over this for the past 10 years, brother. And to me, what does that tell you? It tells you that Toriyama's not the only cook in the kitchen. And the minute that Toriyama is not the only cook in the kitchen, is it really canon? I'm not gonna have that. I'm not gonna have that debate on this stream, dude.
I don't blame you. I think
Fuck
what
that
really
debate.
changes. I think what really changes from Z to Super is that Toriyama is sitting in his manga studio, drawing these images, and he has the personal freedom at the last second to do whatever he wants. Whereas in the modern era of Dragon Ball Super, even though he has monthly meetings with Toyotaro or he did, Victor Uchida, and they work out all these stories together and all that stuff, he's ultimately not the one sitting in the studio portraying everything that's happening.
Tell him.
Like, so there is like a huge difference between the process here and the modern process. Even though Toriyama is involved, he's not sitting in Bird Studios drawing this with a pen like he was during this era. So this really is straight from the mind of Toriyama, and in a lot of sense, since he's the creator, you know, we hold this section of Dragon Ball in high regard as a side effect of that. You know? So.
Quinn used to call the Dragon Ball manga the Bible of Dragon Ball, and please, because the last time I mentioned this, there's always the one guy. Nobody's comparing Dragon Ball to the Old and New Testament. Okay, the Bible of Dragon Ball means the original source, and that's what this is. End of story. There's no argument there. This is the original source. If it wasn't for this manga, there would be no GT, there would be no Daima, there would be no Super, there would be no Dragon Ball Z. The manga is the original story. That's it. And in the original story, guess what? We don't see Vegito. We do not see Vegito in base form fighting Buu. No. Instead, Vegito goes right into Super Vegito. When Herms was reviewing the episodes of Dragon Ball Z, he actually gave the Vegito versus Buu base form episode a low ranking, and he's like, it's filler. And I'm like, Herms, I'm like, dude, what? I don't know about you, Jordan, but I love that. Yes, it is filler, but I love the episode where base Vegito.
I do love that episode too. The
stuff they added was so damn cool. So Vegito goes right into Super Vegito. You know, there was a rumor. We got to talk about this because there's a lot to talk about on this stream. You know, there was a rumor when I was a kid. Tell me if anybody else has heard this. That if Vegito ever went Super Saiyan 3, that the universe would implode. That was a rumor. This is before Super, before Daima. This is like back in the day. What do you think about that?
I never heard that, but
it's not true, but it's stuff that fans made up.
Yeah.
You know how they can be sometimes. All right, next super chat. I can't wait for Buuhan versus Pure Buu and EOZ. I don't think Buuhan fights Pure Buu ever. I don't think that happens.
Let me ask you something, Danny. In the anime, when we see base Vegito fight, could you tell like a significant difference in Vegito's personality from the time that he was base Vegito to the time he was Super Vegito?
I could
No.
not. It was the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's because he's just like he is. It's just extremely egotistical as a character in general. So it's really hard to portray him as like a more egotistical character when he becomes Super Saiyan. Very similar to Gotenks.
But
Like,
but that's not. But that's not even real egotism. He was trying to get under Boo's skin.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I understand. No, I understand. He's still egotistical. I mean, even if he is trying to get under his skin, he's still egotistical. There's nothing wrong with using your ego as a weapon to strategically trick your opponent into.
Is that
doing,
part of the? Is that Buddhist? What you just said? Is that
well,
something in there?
Well, there is a belief in martial arts that the bigger ego you have, the better martial artist you have the potential to be. It's almost like having a bigger beast to tame. You know what I mean? Like if you like in comparison to somebody who doesn't have a very big ego to like tame and take control of, you're not going to have as much trouble. So therefore, there's not as much power or strength behind, who you are and your dedication to your practice of martial arts. So there is like a cool philosophical thing that's kind of going on here with Vegito, because you've got somebody who's like supremely egotistical, Vegeta, merging with somebody who is like the master at taming his own ego. So you get like a really interesting mix in Vegito in that sense.
Yes, but I'm glad you brought that up, because that is a piece of debunking that I need to do. We're going to do a lot of debunking on this stream. This idea that Vegito and Gogeta behave differently. Oh, well, Vegeta's all business or Gogeta's all business and Vegito isn't. No, it's because both characters had two completely different purposes. Gogeta, when he fought Janemba, just had to fucking finish him off, and he did finish him off, and it was quick. You know why? Because Dragon Ball Z movies don't go long. They don't go over an hour. And so Gogeta had to finish off Janemba and couldn't fuck with him like Vegito was doing for 5 episodes. That's why Gogeta killed Janemba so quickly. Then we see Gogeta in GT, who dicks around with Omega Shenron and ends up not being able to get the job done. Now, that is an example of the ego backfiring. Here, during the fight with Buuhan, I have made this point I don't know how many times. First of all, Vegito and Gogeta are exactly the same personality-wise, because it's the same two people. It's Goku and Vegeta. I don't care what fusion it is. It's the same two personalities coming together. And I've also seen people say, well, Vegito has rival boost and Gogeta doesn't. No, if either of them have a boost, it's both of them, because it's the same two guys. It's Vegeta and Goku. Yeah. Here, Vegito is purposely toying with Buu to get him to absorb him. Now, there's an alternate route they could have taken. We'll go into that here in just a moment. But that's why this Vegito is such a shit talker. And the anime adds more scenes. The anime takes about 2 chapters worth of Vegito and stretches it out over 5 episodes to make him even more egotistical. We got to remember that, Jordan. The anime, and this is something that why we're doing the Mangalorian and what I need people to do. Earlier, when we were doing the Mangalorian, prior to the Z part, and people kept bringing up the Saiyan shit, and both you and I were like, stop thinking about the Saiyan shit. Put yourself in context of 1987. Goku wasn't a Saiyan in 1987. He wasn't an alien. You have to put yourself, you have to erase the knowledge that you have from being a fan and put yourself in context, right?
And really in the shoes of Toriyama in a lot of sense. Like,
well, either that, the idea is to be in the shoes of the readers from back then, because we're not Toriyama.
Well, yeah, know? But if you understand like what Toriyama is doing at the time, like then it kind of basically it ultimately reveals like way more of the intent behind the work. But you're right, I do think that it is good to try and look at it from the reader's perspective back then as well. But
that's
I do think
what this whole series is about.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think that having the hindsight of knowing Toriyama's intentions does help also enhancing.
Well, that's why we're here. We're here
Yeah,
to kind of
exactly.
give people that. Yeah. But the point I'm trying to make is people, I think, get confused because of the personality difference in Gogeta and Vegito when Vegito's doing it on purpose. Like, that's the entire purpose, to get Buu angry enough. Because right now, Buu has the ultimate Gohan Kaioshin power. He's pretty much invincible. Vegito has to chop him down and hurt his ego. Mr. Nobody with the $20 super chat. Thank you for your generosity. He says, thanks for the streams. So I appreciate that. And then that's followed by Xavier. The strongest warrior in all of DB, Vegito, is born. Yes, prior to the Dragon Ball Renaissance and Beerus and, Super Saiyan God and all the new shit, Vegito is the most powerful character in the original manga. That is a fact. That is unarguable. And by the way, he's the most powerful by a long shot. No one's catching up to him. No one in the original manga. Xavier then goes on to say Vegito wasn't trying to kill his sons and friend. Correct. That is correct. However, there is an alternate way they could have done this. We're going to get into that. And then Air Dog says, would Gokuhan have been weaker with no rival boost? We answered that last week. The rival boost thing is very much overhyped by the fandom because of a line that's misinterpreted from Ro Kaioshin. No, Gohan's ultimate power with his power unlocked and Goku, I think, would have been insanely stronger than Vegito.
Yeah,
That's like insane, bro. Because Ultimate Gohan would make mincemeat out of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. And then what's his name? Oh, Real Lent Locks. Okay. Is the Mangalorian intro music based on Toonami's promo music? I don't know. Jordan made it. Why don't you answer that?
Yeah, I wrote that track. Actually, I mean, it probably sounds similar to the Toonami stuff, but I think that's just a side effect of, like, a lot of the hip hop tracks that I write are heavily influenced by the Adult Swim bumps. They used to come on Cartoon Network, so it's probably just a side effect of that, a similar vibe. So,
all right, and then last one here of this batch, Churd Q, who says, not in the source, dumb, but I've never heard of Rival Boost. That's what I'm saying. The Rival Boost is not in here. This is the manga. In my mind, it was two strong men make one stronger man. Yeah, but it's you're right, but you also might be underselling it. Two strong men make one real stronger guy. Vegito is so powerful. I can't even put it. It's unquantifiable how much more powerful Vegito is than Buuhan. Xavier then says, Ultimate Gohan SS3 Goku would be too OP for Buu. Well, bro, Vegito's too OP for Buu. So Gohan, I mean, and you know what? It really is too bad that we never got the Goku Gohan fusion. Can you imagine, Jordan, the fan service if we actually got a Goku Gohan fusion? Can you imagine the toys they would sell of a Goku Gohan fusion if it happened in one of the movies?
Yeah, it makes me wonder about how exactly they would go about implementing him as a concept. But yes, there definitely would have been tons of fan service stuff for sure.
Average Joe, we're going to get to that because there's a lot of misunderstandings. We're going to get to it. So get ready, folks, because this part of the manga is the most one-sided battle in the entire series. Literally nothing that Buuhan can do hurts Vegito. Vegito's toying with him. Vegito's fucking with him. It's just, I mean, and he's just beating him up, just pounding him. I mean, look at these shots. There's just nothing that Buuhan can do. He's just getting smoked. Oh, and I should say Buuhan is a fan-made term, but I like it because it's quick and easy. His Japanese name is Majin Buu Gohan Absorbed, but I mean it's Buuhan. And then this is the part where Vegito's like Asoni, or Buu is like Asoni when he goes for the kick. Because I saw this clip like surface on the internet back in the 90s before I had ever seen the episode. And then yeah, Asoni, and then Vegito grabs him and chucks him down into the mountain. And then this is the part here. Okay, now this is the quote unquote rival boost. He's strong, but Buu can't do anything to him. I didn't know the Potara was this powerful. Of course, those two have the power. They're two of the strongest fighters in the universe. And it doesn't hurt that they live to outdo each other. Where does it say here that there's a boost because they're rivals? Does it say there is a rival boost here? All it says is it doesn't hurt that they live to outdo each other. You could take that as being a rival boost if you really wanted to. I don't think it's that clear. It's just not that clear. It's right there. It's basically the fact that Vegeta and Goku are so damn strong, but also they try to outdo each other, and that is enhancing Vegito's power. But either way, even if they weren't rivals, Vegeta would still be too much for Goku or for Buu. I mean, so all right. Justin says, how would you feel about Gohan Vegeta fusion? I would like to see it. I mean, it would. I don't know how that would even work.
He would be like way more cocky than Gohan.
He would, and he would be more cocky than Vegito, but he'd be like angry about getting a B in math.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he's that kind of character. All right, Sir William. I love the guy's name, Sir William. Thanks, guys, so much for the series. You're the goats for this. Highly enjoyed it. Currently on volume 27, as Watch DB for the first time subbed. Well, volume 27, I think you mean episode 27, or do you mean volume 27 of the manga? Either way, I understand. You're in the middle of it. You guys are an inspiration and what it looks like when you follow your passion. Well, I appreciate that, bro. And Dragon Ball has certainly been something I've been passionate about, going all the way back to like, what?
Nothing. I was just being goofy.
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I was just being silly. I was trying to hide behind the super chat, and then you undid it.
Oh, like this?
Yeah. I was trying.
I see. Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to cover your face up with that. It just happens.
It's fun.
Xavier then says, does Potara Fusion also use magic? Of course it does. Every artifact that the Kais have, including the time rings, that's all magic. Like it's God magic too. So it's not like just regular demon realm magic. You know what I mean? So this is where everybody gets the rival boost thing from. I'm not saying it doesn't exist like entirely, but I think people overhype it because they always point it out when it's never really been that. Like the word rival boost is never said. It's just he says it doesn't hurt that they live to outdo each other. I don't know if that I've never read that and been like, oh, so they get a boost because
I always interpreted it as that's the entire reason that they were as strong as they were to begin with.
Because they helped each other get better.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that for the past fucking 40, well, not 40, but since the Z portion.
Yeah.
Goku and Vegeta and Dragon Ball Super continues this, have always trained to outdo each other. So here we have Vegito using the Spirit Sword, which is a very famous technique of his, where he just picks this dude up nonchalantly.
Yeah, this was awesome.
I love it. Well, not so talkative, are you? This is getting boring. I wish you'd get more serious. So again, he's toying with Buu, knowing that Buu is serious, and Buu is getting more and more mad. Is this the best you can do? Then sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. And then he's just, I mean, look at him. And then here he heals, he regenerates.
You know what he reminds me of? Like sitting here thinking about it and just like really thinking about his portrayal.
I love this panel.
he's almost like royalty. Like Vegito kind of comes off like somebody who's like royalty and is very egotistical, like deep down, personality wise, but they have like manners and like they're polite because like he is insulting Buu like over and over again, but he's doing it in a way where it's like, I'm sorry, bro. It's like, and the way he speaks is very, very like
Very condescending.
Yeah, like high class.
Like, why don't you fight me serious?
Yeah,
Why don't
exactly.
you fight me serious? Oh, okay. Sir William clarified that he's watching the anime subbed with the Mangalorian. I see.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were doing because the Mangalorian is for the manga. The anime streams are the ones that we do on Twitch every Saturday. And this coming Saturday, unless something gets canceled for whatever reason, we are going to be covering. I'm going to be watching 3 episodes on Twitch, twitch.tv/Big D Geekdom 101. Come watch Dragon Ball Z in high definition with me. We've been watching the entire Dragon Ball story from OG all the way through to Z. We're doing it. First YouTuber to ever do that on stream with everyone in its original Japanese with high definition video quality and audio quality, which you're not going to get anywhere, including from Toei and fucking Funimation. But I got it because I'm a player. No, we're going to be doing it. We're this weekend. We've gotten to the Ginyu Force. The Ginyu Special Forces are facing off against Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta. So those episodes are going to begin this Saturday, and that's I like those episodes a lot. Lots of nostalgia there, oh wait, there we go. Okay, my bad. This did I? Okay. Resilient Lock says, are fusions a new being person or two personalities coexisting at once? I always wondered what would you guys hypothesize? I think it's explained in the guidebooks that it is a new being.
It's a brand new person.
Yeah, but it is a combination of their personality too.
I think a lot of people get this idea that they're two personalities coexisting at once because they think that Vegeta and Goku have such conflicting personalities. And I think that's where that perception comes from, is because there's no way these two personalities can actually meld because they are very, very different people. But I think a lot of this kind of comes down to like people misunderstanding Goku, I think, a little bit, because Goku, although not egotistical in the sense that he has a pure heart, he's a martial artist, yada, 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 like his entire being is about taming his ego. But deep, deep, deep down, okay, because Goku is a Saiyan, he has a massive ego. Basically that's what his grade A form is.
That's why I like it when Beerus points it out in Battle of Gods.
Yeah, deep, 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 deep down, okay, there is a beast in Goku that he constantly tames as a martial artist with his pure heart. And the reason you never see it is because he has a pure heart. And it's almost like his personality has been, whenever Goku gained a pure heart, it's almost like that inner great ape and the effect that it has on his personality was completely separated from his actual personality. And the only time you ever really see it bleed through is if Goku gets angry or emotional or something happens to stimulate that inner part of who he is. So in that sense, basically when Vegeta and Goku fuse, all it's doing is it's just adding to that fire. It's just that, like, deep down there's even more egotistical person, but there's still that aspect of Goku's there who is a master at taming that part of his personality. And that's the reason this strategy from Vegito is so appropriate, because he's using, the fact that
he's also overhyping it too. He's over exaggerating.
Yeah, he's using the fact that he's egotistical as a weapon to do something that's not egotistical. He's doing something selfless in the long run, which is extremely interesting, and it really kind of cuts to the philosophy of like what Toriyama tries to portray when it comes to like Goku and Vegeta as characters as well. So,
Yes, agreed 100% on what you said. It's and I'm so glad you brought up Goku's ego because I didn't even know you when Battle of Gods came out. I had no idea who you were. I wasn't even doing videos when Battle of Gods came out.
Yeah.
And I have always discussed with friends that Goku does have an ego deep down inside. It's a little bit of a different ego. And that's why I love the scene in Battle of Gods where Beerus is like, "You don't seem happy." And Goku's like, "I'm not." And he's like, "Why?" He's like, "Because I really wanted to get this power on my own. And I had to do the ritual." And then Beerus is like, "But Vegeta over there, he sort of bent down and showed that he like I forget the actual line, but Beerus points out that Vegeta was willing to humiliate himself, and then Goku's like, yeah, and usually he's the one with the ego. So like, I love that because Beerus is the first character to straight up tell Goku, you also have an ego, motherfucker, because you think you can achieve this power on your own. And ultimately, he does achieve higher God forms on his own. But the point is that I love that about Battle of Gods. That's why I think Battle of Gods, of all the new movies, even if you like Broly and Superhero more, which a lot of people do, I still think Battle of Gods is the best written one.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really good.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out something about the ego. One of the things that makes me laugh more than anything, and this is something that's about me, is I've heard a lot of people say that I have a big ego. And it's usually from some internet troll hater. Oh, Geekdom's got a big ego. And it's like what makes me laugh about somebody telling me I have a big ego is you understand that when you tell somebody that you don't know they have a big ego, think about what you're doing. I have a big ego, right? That's what they say. But yet you think that your opinion is supposed to matter to me when I don't know you, you don't know me, we've never met, we've never had a conversation, yet somehow you think that your opinion of me is somehow so important that I'm going to listen to you and say, damn, you know what? This random Goku 4572 in the chat really does know me. We've never talked before, but you know what? He has a point. I'm going to change. Like, you know how egotistical you have to be to tell somebody over the internet that you don't know to judge them? And it makes me laugh because they're so fucking stupid. They are so fucking dim-witted that they actually think that telling somebody else on the internet, judging them, that their opinion matters. Why should an opinion of somebody who I don't even know? You could be a fucking like criminal for all we know. You're probably a worse person than me, and you're gonna try and judge me. Like, that's the funniest thing I think about the word ego, because these fucking pussies have no idea what ego actually means. Every human being has an ego. Every human being. What it is that I say things very confidently and very matter of fact, and that hurts people because they're used to their YouTubers. Thanks so much, guys. I love you. Which I do thank people, but I'm not one of these YouTubers who's a dickhead behind the scenes. I could name some YouTubers, even in Dragon Ball, who are horrible people behind the scenes, but on camera, they're these humble, oh, you know what, guys, I love you. They're these humble motherfuckers on camera, and they love their, no. I know a lot of these motherfuckers off screen, and at the very least, I've never been a fucking bullshitter to anybody. I can be a dick. I can be super nice. I'm everywhere in between. I am not going to be one of those guys, bro, that fakes it. But you know what? A lot of people on this platform fake it. And unfortunately, the audiences like being disrespected and treated like children. And I just don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's my little ramble for this stream, Jordan. I'm sorry for putting you through that.
No, it's cool.
All right, next fucking super chat here. Xavier says, when are Danny and Jordan doing the fusion pose? Not on this stream because we're not going to be able to get that to work right. We're going to make fatter Joe Dan Joe Dan
If
Dun.
I
I
ever
don't know.
come meet you in Florida, we'll take a picture of us doing the fusion pose.
Yeah, just don't fuck it up. All right. So Hugo Welty says, just want to say I really like these streams and we'll miss them when they're done. People seem to be saying that. Now, again, I appreciate that. We're still going to come back with more bonus episodes from time to time. 227060. I like fusions having time limits, but dislike how their power equals less, how more power equals less time. What would happen if RE, the time limit, if Gotenks and Vegito fused via Potara?
So you want a fusion to fuse, you want a fusion to fuse, and you don't like that there's a time limit in the sense that there's more power, there's less time, because that means that there couldn't be a long fusion between Gotenks and Vegito, which
either that or it could be if Goten and Trunks use Potara.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just think if you want to imagine like a fusion that lasts longer, just like, imagine different versions of fusion that can last longer. Even the series themselves have done that, like in Dragon Ball Fusions and with like Daima and stuff like that. Like you just imagine there's a fusion that can last as long and then do the math that way. You know what I mean? It really does. It's irrelevant how long a fusion would last.
Also, something you have to pick up on, and this is something I'm glad we're talking about it now. Fusions only last as long as they need to tell the story. Yep. Toriyama, let's not forget the 5 minutes on Namek shit, bro. Let's not forget that. Toriyama and Toei and all these people, when they use fusions, they only last as long as they need to. Because if you notice, you could have a whole last episode where you're counting down on your watch how much time the fusion is, and it's like, wait, we've only been fused for 10 minutes, when if you do the time on your watch, it's not 10 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. It's only as long as it needs to be. It's like the Royal Rumble. So in the Royal Rumble at WWE, they have a 2-minute clock for every entrant, or a 90-second clock. It's not really 90 seconds. It never is. Watch the Royal Rumble and have a stopwatch ready. Every entrant comes out 97 seconds, 89 seconds. It's only when they need to come out for their moment. What I mean by that is, just because the Dragon Ball manga says we've been fused for 30 minutes or whatever the time limit is, it might not actually be that. It's just a dramatic tension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyways, all right, we're still getting more super chats here. I wasn't expecting this many. Xavier says, to me, Goku saying that he's unhappy he couldn't get Super Saiyan God without help from family and friends doesn't make sense, because Goku always accepted help, like with this spirit bomb, and they're giving him their energy. There is a difference.
This one? Can I acknowledge?
Go ahead. Yeah, there is a difference, and Jordan can take it. Go ahead.
So Goku only willingly takes energy for the spirit bomb because he's in a situation where if he doesn't take energy from people, everybody's going to die. That's the first thing. Okay, it's no longer a martial arts scenario whenever he's taking energy from people and making a spirit bomb. In literally every case, he's never going to use the spirit bomb in a martial arts fight. Now, the reason I disagree with you, and if you'll go back and you'll check out some of the older Mangalorians, you'll understand why I disagree. There's literally an instance in the original Dragon Ball where Goku purposely allows Piccolo to hit him because he felt that it was unfair that he got an extra blow on Piccolo and Piccolo didn't get to fire back.
Well,
Goku,
it was unfair that Piccolo was going to hit him and then Kami blocked it. That's what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
And Goku was like, Kami, get out of the fight.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they were going to allow the fight to go back. Goku was going to get a one-up on Piccolo, and he was like, nah, I don't want that. He's like, that's not fair. That is Goku's ego. That is Goku's pride as a martial artist. That is the same thing. The same reason that he's unhappy about how he got Super Saiyan God is the same thing that he's summoning back then in the original Dragon Ball. That's his pride as a martial artist. I think that's consistent. I don't think that that's inconsistent at all. And I do think it's ironic that he gets upset, about getting the energy from his friends because, in my opinion, he still earned it. Because if it wasn't for Goku, none of those Super Saiyans would exist. The situation in which you could create a Super Saiyan God wouldn't exist. So I do think it's funny that Goku is so hard on himself. But if you look at it from the framework of Goku's perception of his pride as a martial artist, it makes perfect sense. Because he wants to get stronger on his own through his own merit as a martial artist. The context of the situations are completely different. Goku doesn't care to get help, to protect Earth if it's completely necessary, because that has nothing to do with his growth as a martial artist.
Well, wait, but he was protecting Earth from Beerus because Beerus was going to destroy it. But to your point, there's a difference between getting energy to fight off a demon that's not going to stop and Goku unlocking a new form without it being himself. Just those two things are just not the same thing,
Well, not just that. One of the biggest plot points of Battle of Gods is ultimately the reason that Beerus doesn't destroy Earth is because he has a respect for that part of Goku's attitude. Like, if Goku had, basically given up on his pride as a martial artist, Beerus wouldn't have gained the respect for him that he did, and he would have destroyed Earth. So it's one of those instances where Goku having that attitude actually ended up being what saved Earth instead of what endangered Earth, which is part of the reason that Battle of Gods is so good.
But, yeah. It's not I would not say that the Genki Dama, the Spirit Bomb, and Super Saiyan God are the same thing. Yeah. And also just the techniques and the transformation. Like, Goku wants to achieve power on his own. And it makes me wonder if they ever go back and revisit Super Saiyan 4. Because that's what people seem to be asking about when Daima ended. Like, they want that explanation, and I've given them the best one that we can come up with. I wonder if Goku will also say, maybe I should learn magic, or maybe I should figure this out, or what. Like, that's one where it's also like, well, where's that going to go in the future? But right now we're in limbo, so we might not get that answer. I don't know when. Xavier also says, isn't the TOP like 48 minutes and it's 70 episodes? Yes, and it's annoying because the final battle with Goku and Jiren, if you remember, there was 3 minutes left, and that was 7 episodes or something like that. I forgot the actual numbers, but it doesn't fit. And then 227060, could Vegito do the Spirit Bomb ride Nimbus? The Spirit Bomb, yes. The Genki Dama
ride Nimbus too.
Huh?
I would say he could ride Nimbus too. I think if Vegito's intentions here were to just humiliate Buu for the sake of humiliating Buu like Vegeta, I would say that he couldn't ride Nimbus. But the fact that he does all of this ultimately to save everybody, I think he could ride Nimbus. So.
Yes, and that, once again, it goes back to my point that I made earlier. Vegito's purpose is trying to piss off Buu. And I'm going to prove it to you. I will prove it to you by the end of this stream. So Buu gets mad and he creates this smoke and he's like, haha, you can't see me. And then Goku or Vegito beats the fuck out of him and he doesn't know. And he's like, you should know better. The trick is to feel energy. Now, this scene is weird to me because we actually see Goku, we see Majin Buu sensing energy earlier in the story when he went up to Kami's palace. Like, we've already seen Buu do that. I've always sort of in my head just thought that Buu did that instinctually without even knowing how to do it. And I think here, when Vegito tells Buu, you rely on your eyes too much, that's why you can't follow me, the trick is to feel the ki. This is something that Buu remembered, so when he becomes Kid Buu in a few chapters, he teleports to where Goku is at. This is all like subtle foreshadowing of where the story's going next.
Yep.
Now, this part is very important. So Goku has a piece of Buu's antenna. He throws it and shatters it into dust. Complete platonic destruction. He destroys every atom of Majin Buu. Every subatomic particle is destroyed with him barely using any energy. And he says, that's what I'm going to do to you later. You can't regenerate if you're disintegrated. So straight up, and I remember seeing this in the anime first, Vegito at any time he wanted could have completely disintegrated Majin Buu like that at any point in this fight. So then, as a reader, you're like, well, wait a minute. Why is he taking so long? Why is this? Why is he not just finishing him off? You gotta think about these things a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying people don't, but I'm saying as a reader, there's a reason as to why Vegito's showing him this. You know?
Yeah.
So hold on. Let me. I made a mistake here because we have more super chats. This is gonna be a long stream, bro. We haven't even gotten past the Vegito fight yet. We're an hour in. All right, Justin says, geez, Buu is really getting smoked. See what I did there? Yes, and it was very, very good. Very good. It's too bad that the verdict for the Diddy trial has not hit yet, because that would have been a great time to talk about it here with Justin. But I'm sure we'll have more opportunities in the future, because we are going to cover Jocko. That's probably going to be the next thing we cover, because that is Toriyama at the pen. Xavier says, did Beerus say he'll destroy Earth if he didn't get a Super Saiyan God to fight, or not could or no one could defeat him? Also, I believe Earth's food stopped Beerus. Well, yeah, Earth's food did stop him. You're absolutely right, but we didn't know that. We didn't know that till after.
Hold on. I will debunk the idea that it was solely the food that stopped him, and I'll tell you why. He had already tried the food. He had already tried the food by the time he fought Goku, and he still made it very clear that he would destroy Earth if he was displeased with his outcome with his fight with Goku. Now, there is a scene in Battle of Gods where Beerus tries to destroy the Earth and Goku pushes the blast back and all that good stuff.
He absorbs it.
Yeah, if you listen to the music for that scene, it's the same music that was played whenever Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta in the Broly movie. And there's a reason for that. Is they're trying to get you to think about the situation.
I don't think it's the same music, bro.
It is the same music.
It is the same music. I don't remember it being the same music.
Literally, it's the exact same music. But anyway,
y'all go back on your own time and check. But go ahead.
They're trying to get you to think about the scene from Battle of Gods when you see Frieza destroying Planet Vegeta, because the reason that Frieza destroys Planet Vegeta is because he is disgusted with the Saiyans, he is intimidated by them, he is scared by them, whereas Beerus is actively testing Goku to see that if he now, as a Saiyan in the future on Earth, meets a standard that he finds suitable to basically allow the Saiyans and Goku himself to continue to live and exist in the universe. You have to remember that Beerus specifically said he did not want the Saiyans around. He did not like the Saiyans. He didn't want them around. He wanted them destroyed. He wanted them erased, right? So Goku is a Saiyan. So this is like his perfect opportunity to erase the remaining Saiyans and basically get rid of a species that he thought was disgusting. And yet he still spares Goku because Goku has, of course, the classic Goku effect on him. And that's more so what that story is about than Beerus sparing them because of food. There's much more to it to that. Like Goku has an active effect on Beerus's personality, like in the movie.
Well, yeah, and it's the beginning of them saying we got to keep an eye on these Saiyans because they're pretty strong, and you know, it's yeah. I mean, I don't have much to add to what you said, but Beerus, but yeah, in the movie Beerus. I believe when Goku and him fought, wound up being happy with the fight, just like Goku was, because he's getting, even though Beerus wasn't really challenged because he wasn't at 100% power, it was fun enough to where he was like, cool. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
He had his fun. Remember, this dude had been asleep forever and finally got into a nice little exercise with Goku and probably felt good. His dopamine and serotonin levels went up with that. So,
Yeah.
this guy right here, the box unboxing box. Hi, Geekdom. Been watching your channel since 2015. Thank you for the 10 years of support. And I have a suggestion for you. The box unboxing box. Rename yourself the box unboxing box boxer and have your icon be a guy wearing boxing gloves with a cardboard box around his head. So call yourself the box unboxing box boxer. I would really like that, bro. And when you do it, email me so I can look at it. All right. Anyways, right here, the Kais are telling Vegito, like, why don't you just destroy him? Get it over with. And then Buu is really angry, really, really angry here. So, moving on. Vegito is continuously toying with him. And then Buuhan tries the kid technique, which is creating the Super Buu kamikaze attack, which I did cover in the Super Ghost kamikaze attack technique guide video. I went into more detail.
Yeah.
So the Super Ghost kamikaze attack, he's sending it to Vegito. They all, were about to blow up, but Vegito is able to create these little tiny key blasts with his fingers and detonate all the Buus before they even hit him. And then Vegito's like, you really think that would work? Kids thought of that attack. It seems like you're getting desperate. And I love that because in the anime, it's the same thing. He's like, this is a kid's technique. What are you doing?
Yep.
So Vegito's burying Gotenks, bro. All he's doing is getting Buu more and more mad.
Yeah.
And then the Kais are like, what are you doing? You're just pissing him off. And they don't know that this is part of the plan. And then, of course, Vegito with I thought you were stronger than this. So here comes Buu again. Vegito is blocking all of Buu. Buu is hitting him with left and right kicks and punches. And Vegito's blocking everything with his right leg. You want to talk about speed. And what is this that he's doing? What is this a callback to, folks? Frieza. Frieza said during the fight with Goku, I can beat you without using my hands. And then Goku frustrates him so much that Frieza punches him and knocks him on his ass. So Frieza breaks the agreement. Vegito is literally borrowing something Frieza did to Goku all those chapters ago, years ago at time of publication, just to fucking prove that unlike Frieza, he really can beat Buu with just his fucking feet. Isn't that wild, bro?
That is wild.
I mean, just
I've always kind of looked at the Buu Saga as like a conglomerate of like all of Dragon Ball. And like this is just another good example of that.
There's a lot of callbacks, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are very subtle. Because like Frieza was just talking shit. Vegito really can do that. And then here Vegito's like, you can't beat me. When are you going to get through your head? And then he's like, do you like coffee candy? And then he turns Vegito into candy. This is a great, great idea because this is Majin Buu's technique. And he did it to Dabura. He did it to other people, to a bunch of cities. And now Buu thinks that he won. The Kais are freaking out because remember, even though Vegito is a fusion that's more powerful, this is magic. When Buu turns you into a candy, it's magic. And we've talked about this both on these streams and as well as the Daima coverage, is that there are some magical abilities that are so hacks that even if you're stronger than the other person, the hacks will outdo you, right? Well, the problem is that Potara fusion is also magic. So that ends up leading to Buu self-punching himself. And yes, the coffee candy is, and I believe the episode in Japanese is called Vegeta, something like the strongest piece of candy in history or something like that. because Vegito still has his own consciousness. He's still as strong as he used to be, and he actually manages to adapt into being a piece of coffee candy. This is some of the silliest shit Toriyama's ever written, and yet it's also badass. This right here is an example of how to do a comedy scene, but it's also badass because this piece of coffee candy is hitting Buu, uppercutting him. Buu can definitely not connect on it. It's too fast. And it's just, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, yeah. Getting your ass beat as a piece of candy is wild.
Embarrassing. It's silly, but it's fucking awesome. And the thing is, as a reader, again, when he turns into candy, you're thinking, oh shit, he actually might have him here.
So I got something to send you if you'd like to show the chat. Basically, like I have a video that will basically point out what Toriyama was referencing here. I'm going to send it to you in DMs.
Well, what kind of video is it?
It's on Twitter.
Hold on, let me see.
I posted it a long time ago to point this out.
Okay. Are we allowed to?
Yeah. You're allowed.
Okay, because the audio is not going to play. I don't think.
Check this out.
Yeah, I don't think they can hear the audio, bro.
No, it's okay. You don't have to hear it. You just need to see what's happening.
This is a Wukong. Is this monkey magic?
Yeah, it's monkey magic. Watch. Check us out, dude. It's verbatim. Like he literally attacks him from the inside and everything. It's the exact same thing.
It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's literally the exact same thing.
It's literally the Vegito. Yeah, I'm gonna. I didn't even notice that. When did you post that?
A long
October
time ago.
7th, 2023.
Back when I was doing my rewatch of Monkey Magic. Yeah.
Candy Vegito, but hold on. Toriyama's influence behind Super Coffee Candy Vegito. He even shreds him from the inside. All right.
Yeah.
Let me get that out of the way. I've never seen that before, bro. I love that. I've seen Monkey Magic, but I never saw that episode.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I want to point something out here. The coffee candy destroys the part of Goku's Buu's antenna that falls back. That you have to keep in mind for later on. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure Toriyama planned it, but it's not outwardly hinted at yet. But that's a part of what's happening. So Buu regrows it and then turns Vegito back into his humanoid form. And he's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not a candy anymore. Meanwhile, again, the Kais are urging them to finish it off. Moving on, there it is, the last piece. And Buu even realizes, oh, I've got a trump card here. Now, what's happening here is that Buu behind Vegito is about to absorb him. This is obviously based off of the fact that he did this to Gotenks, and Goku was watching it from the other world. And then this is right here. Vegito says he finally figured it out. That's what the reason why I cut that part of your head. So is this right here Vegito joking around? Is he being egotistical and cocky? No.
Strategic. Yeah.
Yes. This is what I'm trying to tell people. This fucking people do with Dragon Ball like what people do with the Bible. They take one verse out of context and fucking spread a bunch of lies about it. It's the same shit in Dragon Ball. You take one scene of Vegito being cocky and you say, Vegito's a cocky character, unlike Gogeta. Motherfucker, he was fucking with him, bro. Yes, yeah. Vegito has ego. Like me and Jordan said, there's no denying it, but it's the same as Gogeta's. Yeah. Oh, well, Vegito's more like Vegeta because his name starts with a V. Like, it's always some bullshit, dude. Like, you don't understand Dragon Ball. You can't take one piece out of context. He is purposely trying to anger Buu to get him to absorb him. And the plan's coming together. And then now is when we find out. Then Vegito has to pretend to be fighting out of it right here and then barrier up. So he puts a barrier on himself. And this is a magic barrier, by the way. This is not the same one that 17 uses. Puts up a barrier. Majin Buu absorbs Vegito. And at this point, Buu thinks he has won. But here's the question. Why is it that now that Majin Buu has absorbed him, he still looks exactly the same?
Yeah, that would freak me out. If I was Buu, I'd be like, wait a minute.
That should be the first sign that something is not right.
Yep.
He didn't change. The Kais are freaking out. They think the battle is over. Buu is celebrating, giving Vegito the middle finger. You thought you were hot shit, but now you're through. And then these guys are like, it's all over. Then old Kai's like, no, we don't know that yet. Don't you find it weird that every time Buu absorbs someone, he transforms? But right now, he hasn't transformed. What's going on? I'm not sure myself. I may be wrong, but if my hunch is correct, he's a lot smarter than we gave him credit for. Bingo. And even Buu realizes it. He's like, I haven't transformed. But he's like, whatever, who cares? I absorbed him. I'm sure it'll happen. And then there's some stuff here where he's just dicking around. He rips off the Gohan part of his gi. He's just fucking having the time of his life. Then we cut to Vegito inside of.
I really like how Toriyama zoomed into Buu's mouth.
Yeah, he zoomed in through his throat right there, bro.
Yeah,
that's called the throat cam. Let's just say that I tried it with me and your mom last night, and it looks very similar. Not your mom, Jordan, the people. So he's laughing, right? And Vegito can hear him. And then he's like, he's so obnoxious. Now, how long is he going to laugh like an idiot? It's so loud. So Vegito still got the barrier up. And then he realizes, like, I got absorbed, but I'm not really absorbed. So now he's like, I can look for Gohan and the others. So Vegito purposely got himself absorbed so that he could find Gohan and the others from inside of Buu. Now they basically turned the barrier off, and look. He let himself get absorbed so he could save the others. Of course, that's why he kept provoking Buu. But what do I know? And then they unfuse. What the hell? Hey, why did we unfuse? How am I supposed to know? That's weird. He told me that once the Potara earrings were used, the users would stay like that forever. That's right. You did mention that earlier. That's fine by me. We're already spending too much time together. Vegito's like, fuck this. What are you doing? He's like, I might be able to fuse again once we leave Buu's body. And he's like, nah, fuck this. He breaks it. Why'd you do that? Thanks to you, we can never fuse again. Besides, you're still dead. After your time on Earth is done, you'll return to the afterlife unless you're fused with me. That is true. If they had stayed fused, they would have stayed as a new mortal on Earth. And again, they still don't know why they unfused. But it's never outwardly explained. In Daima, they tell you that, well, it's the magic of Majin Buu. And then in Super, they tell you, oh, it's the fact that Vegito has a time limit, or fusion with only mortals has a time limit. So it's a bit of a plot hole, because in the Dragon Ball Super manga that Toriyama didn't write, that Toyotaro wrote, Supreme Kai says, that must be why he unfused inside of Vegito. But then Daima, which takes place before, he's like, well, we unfused inside of Buu. Remember,
Yeah,
Daima's in a different canon. That's what people seem to. That's their justification.
it's whatever.
Hey,
Nothing really
Toriyama. Hey, Mr. Toriyama, will you please help us write a non-canon story? All right, sure.
Yeah,
Right, bro. Like, just there's no point in arguing that anymore. But I will agree that it is a plot hole. Like that
yeah,
needs to be that needs to be explained later on. So they're pissed that the Potara was crushed. Let me get some of these super chats, bro, because we're behind on
this scene real quick before you go to the super chat. I remember
go
people
ahead.
being extremely upset about this scene
Which
where they
one?
crushed the Potara.
Yeah.
People compare it to the thing in the Black Arc where they basically say we don't need all that other junk. We can beat Zamasu on our own. Like, you just have to understand that, like, at the end of the day, it comes back to what me and Danny were saying earlier about deep down, these two characters are actually egotistical martial artists who want to improve themselves, want to get better, want to handle these problems, like while also getting stronger. It's not necessarily out of character in this specific case for them to behave this way because, like Vegeta says and like Goku says, they really don't need to fuse anymore to win. So, there is context here in mind. I think that if Goku and Vegeta thought that they needed to remain fused to take care of this problem, they probably would have. But they themselves say themselves that they don't feel like they need to be fused to fix this. So they're rationalizing it themselves. But at the end of the day, they are their own individual people, and they do want to, live on without being a permanently fused entity with each other, like Vegeta said. So,
right, and I don't think they'd be okay with being fused permanently because Vegeta doesn't want to do that. But here's the thing as well about what you just said. Think about it from their perspective. If their whole mission is to get Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo out of Buu, if they take Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo out of Buu, Majin Buu would revert back to being Super Buu. And at that point, if Ultimate Gohan, Gotenks, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, if those fucking 4 fighters or 5 fighters couldn't kill Buu, they would have destroyed Majin Buu. Ultimate Gohan by himself would have fucking made mincemeat out of Buu. So the idea is when they get out of Buu, Buu will revert back to Super Buu and Ultimate Gohan would kill him. So it makes perfect sense. They're not even worried about it. To them, it's like, okay, we just solved all our problems. Let's unfuse, get the kids out of here. Then we can all team up on Buu and go home.
Yeah.
That's not what happens, though. However, there's a moment later on with the Potara being crushed. There's another moment. Hold on, we're almost there. And that's when we're going to talk about what you're talking about. So Justin says, you see what Vegito did to Boostein's antenna is what adults call Majinscaping. Manscaped, brother. Manscaped. I guess that's true, except I think Manscaped is for your beard. I don't know. I sold a couple of those. Justin says, when Majin Buu celebrated his win against Vegito, I wish Buu shouted, I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I have to get. Whatever I want, I fucking get. That's a Diddy quote. Straight up. That's a Diddy quote. Whatever I want, I get. He's so unlikable when he says that, bro. Kid Cudi in court straight up said that P. Diddy was a Marvel villain, bro. He says that he's a Marvel villain, and he kind of is. Justin says, when Majin Buu celebrated... Oh, wait, that's the same... Oh, my bad. 227060. Does Kid Buu being weaker than Buuhan undermine the drama, in your opinion? Kid is my favorite, but it felt odd. We got a weaker Buu for
We'll
the
get
final
that when
fight.
we get to Kid Buu. I'll talk to you. I will discuss that whole thing when we get to
Yes,
Kid Buu.
that needs to be discussed, and we will discuss it. I have already discussed it in videos, but it's contextually here. So they finally find the others inside of Buu. Now, in the anime, they added like 4 filler episodes that I'm not really a big fan of. And in one of those episodes, Goku says he's afraid of worms. That's not in the anime.
Well,
I mean, I'm sorry, that's
actually,
not in the
Vegeta
manga.
is afraid of worms.
Vegeta's afraid of worms. That's right.
Goku's afraid of needles. Yeah.
Needles, yeah. That's not in the manga. That's only in the anime. So in the anime, they get to it. They just find him. Now here, Buu is about to destroy Earth. He's just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna blow up the planet. And then what happens is that, and here it says they were split apart because the 30 minutes was up because they didn't put the barrier on. That's all explained. And this is when they're talking about like, well, what's up with the fusion? And Goku's like, you know, it'd be possible to fuse in here. And then they start to like free everybody, right? And then Buu feels it. It's like he gets like a stomach ache or whatever. Okay, wait. Another Justin super chat here. Dude, you skipped one of super chats. It was between the last 2 of mine you read. I mean, sorry, bro. I have a lot of super chats. I'm trying to get through this damn Mangalorian. I apologize.
Yeah, my
Which
bad.
one? I mean, it's not your bad. It's also my bad. I think it's this one. Was
Yeah, the
one
Harvey Buu one. Yeah.
Why do I not see it? Oh, here it is. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. Harvey Boosteen forced Vegito inside him. The only thing missing here was a couch for Vegito to sit so he could take it against his will.
That's messed up.
Justin Sullivan comedy here on the Mangalorian. He's like the guy who we go to during break while we, you know, to tell the audience to chill the fuck out while we are in the back drinking and trying to get our fucking shit done. So here they're freeing all of the kids and everything, and then we're actually witnessing Buu lose power. He goes back to being Buukkalo, except this time he's got the full body, which was this version of Buu only exists in like these panels, like that Buukkalo. And then all of a sudden, notice that his nose is here, and then his nose disappears. So he literally here is back to being Super Buu. He has regressed into being Super Buu. So at this point, Gohan by himself would make mincemeat out of him. And he doesn't know what the hell's going on. And then they're like, we got to get out of here. Let's blow a hole through him and get out. And then Goku's like, you had to break the Potara, didn't you? And then they're bickering like a married couple, you know, and he doesn't want to fuse ever again. And then Goku suggests doing the Metamoran finger fusion. And then Vegeta says, there's no way in hell that I would do such ridiculous poses. And I already said I wouldn't fuse with you again. So, of course, in Dragon Ball Super Broly, that changes, but desperate times, right? Now they find the fat Majin Buu. There's another Buu inside of Buu. This is the first one. He was absorbed by himself. We should try cutting him loose too. So they want to free this Buu. Then, and this part is pretty creepy. Then
that is creepy.
Yeah, this has always been kind of creepy. Another Majin Buu appears inside of Majin Buu next to the captured Majin Buu. And a Buu and Buu inside of Buu. That's, yeah. I saw it all in the afterlife. The fat Buu created a skinny Buu, which turned the fat Buu into chocolate and ate him. Maybe the other ones that got turned into chocolate are here too. And then this is when Buu, Super Buu, says no, he's the only one who got special treatment because it's Buu. I wondered what I was doing, what was going on here. So you're the ones responsible. So this is Buu This is Buu's consciousness speaking to Goku inside of himself. Is that a
Yes.
weird explanation, bro?
No, that's literally what's happening. Like he's magically created a small version of himself to try and convince them not to remove his consciousness from his body, because that's what's getting ready to say. That's what's getting ready to happen. It's like I told you guys earlier in the Mangalorian. This version of Buu represents conscious evil intent. Okay, not primordial instinctual evil intent, where the consciousness is removed from the equation like an animal. He is like if a human being consciously, maliciously wants to hurt people. That's essentially what this Buu represents. And if you remove that from Buu, you just get the destruction without the consciousness aspect altogether. So what you're saying is accurate. Like that is what's happening here.
Well, we're going to talk about that when we get to Kid Buu in a minute. So now Buu is saying you freed the people I've absorbed, and they're all like, ouch, you're being really loud. And then they're like, what, you destroyed the Potara? They're just bickering. And then he says, oh, you can't fuse anymore. And they're like, you fool, you had to say that. And then he basically hops out and he wants to fight them. Straight up wants to fight them. Goku says, go ahead and attack and we'll blow a hole through you. And then he's laughing. And he's like, you can't. And he just watch me do it. So he blasts. And then meanwhile, we have the few survivors there. And then Buu is just standing there. He's inside of himself.
He's like, damn it.
You know, I just felt a small twitch right over here. You're about to be the size of a flea. And then he's like, we'll have to find another way to beat the Buus. And then Vegeta has an idea. And that's when he wants to free this Buu. What happens if I cut this one? And then this Buu freaks out. And he's like, will you go back to being the fat Buu or you become the skinny Buu? Either way, you'll be weaker, right? And then he's like, stop. Don't touch him. Let him go. He's like, you're taking it more serious than I thought. And they realize that they have Buu by the balls here. Don't do it. I won't be me anymore. Okay. I won't be me anymore is foreshadowing of what's to come. And I'm going to explain this because there's been a question from a lot of people. I did explain it in the transformation guide, but I'll explain it again. We're going to get to it. So Buu knows the minute that this fat Buu is cut, like you said, Jordan, his consciousness, his brain is going to vanish and he'll become something else. Not the skinny Buu and not the fat Buu. So at this point, Vegeta rips him. Buu freaks out, completely having a meltdown. He goes down because he realizes, oh no, oh no. He melts into himself. They don't know what's going on. Buu's freaking out. And they're like, we got to get out of here. And now Buu, that he's been disconnected from himself, is like screaming. They're getting out. He doesn't know what's going on. They find an exit through one of Buu's holes. Go ahead, Justin. Say what you want to say about that. They exited Harvey Boostein's holes. They went out of here, transformed back into their full-sized versions. And now that everyone's out, everyone's back to normal again, they can get the jump on Buu. By the way, y'all leaving super chats, be patient because we have to talk about something. And then at this point, everyone Buu absorbed is out. So we're thinking, okay, they got him. It's over. And then Buu starts to mutate again. And Goku and Vegeta are just watching him like, what the fuck is going on? And this is the buff Buu that we only see for one panel. And he's like screaming and it's just, and they don't know what's going on. And then they're like, it's transforming. And then it starts to shrink. And he's like, he's still transforming. And they're like, how long is this going to take? So even Toriyama's clowning himself. And then this is when Supreme Kai is like, he's changing back. And then this is the result right here. this is the result. This is now, again, I want to reiterate what I said before. The name Kid Buu is 100% a fan-made dub name. His name has never been Kid Buu. His name is Majin Buu Junsuyaku, which is Majin Buu True Evil or True Evil Buu. In fact, I saw fan subbed episodes of this years before Funimation dubbed it, where this arc was called the Pure Buu Saga or the True Evil Buu Saga. Now, a lot of people have asked, why is it that Majin Buu went back to being Kid Buu and not the purple evil Buu? Why is that? Here's why. Because when they disconnected the fat Buu, what they basically did was they hit the reset button. It's almost like pushing the reset button on Majin Buu. And then his body went back to the original form that it originally took on. And now, Jordan, this is, what was the name of this evil you called it again?
What was the name of what?
The evil, was it unconscious evil or something?
Yeah, it's pure destructive instinctual evil. It's like
right.
It's very similar to what Goku becomes when he becomes a great ape. Goku's consciousness is not there when he's a great ape. The consciousness is not. It's kind of like, how Vegeta he can talk through his great ape form, and Goku can't. You can kind of think of Super Buu as something very similar to Vegeta, who can talk through his great ape form, whereas Kid Buu is like Goku's great ape form, where you can't talk through it because you're just pure instinctual destruction. The consciousness aspect of it is removed, and that's essentially what this is.
Yeah, and Clips nailed it when he says it's chaos, not conscious. Yeah, and the thing is, I talked about this in my transformation guide. You need to watch the transform. I put that out years ago. Watch the Buu transformation guide, because that's where I talk about all of this in more detail. Yeah. So let's go back and get these super chats here. And I'll be honest, this didn't make sense to me when I was younger. Like, I didn't understand why he went back to being Kid Buu. I just saw it as like a plot hole. But I can understand people feeling that way, but that's not really what happened. So hold on. I got to go back, and this chapter is essentially Journey to the Center of Buu. Where is that super chat at? Hold on, because there's a lot. I'm catching up on this. Okay, wait. There we go. So Justin has a few of these. First, he says, this chapter is essentially Journey to the Center of Buu. Yes, it is kind of like that, with that exploration vibe. And then Justin then says, so wait, Buu's inside himself? Is this supposed to be some kind of allegory for masturbation? Well, very kinky masturbation, bro, I guess. Or it's one of those things where, like, that old joke, like, if you clone yourself and then have anal sex with yourself, is it gay or is it masturbation? You know that old thing, Jordan?
Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah.
Jordan, if you cloned yourself and then had sex with yourself, is that gay or is it masturbation?
I mean, if I'm attracted to myself, I think that's some weird form of egotistical
narcissism. It's extreme narcissism is what it is. And then, okay, Xavier says, something that didn't make sense is the anime Goku and Vegeta in base fight clones of Gohan, Gotenks, and Piccolo, who were said to be as strong as the real one. Yes, that's why I'm not a huge fan of the Inside Majin Buu episodes, because I don't think them fighting those like worms and the clones of Gohan in them is really all that interesting. I just thought it was just like weak filler. I'm not a big fan of it. I know some folks love them. I'm just not a fan. Justin says, I wish when Vegeta grabbed Fat Buu, the other Buu should say no Diddy. Well, if only they knew, bro. If only Toriyama knew about a rapper a year after he fucking died, you know, that all this would come out. Maybe then. Justin says Goku and Vegeta finally pulled out of Buu. That's it, bro. That's the, you know what? That's the one. That is the super chat of the day right there. I don't think he'll be able to top that one, bro. 0x Zach. Really enjoyed the streams. Thanks to you guys. I view Dragon Ball for its purity. We'll miss this series. A lot of people say that. Well, we're not done. Like I said, we got to do Jocko, and we're going to do other episodes on things. But I think we're definitely going to do Jocko because Jocko is 100% Toriyama. And that needs to, like...
Yeah, it was drawn in Bird Studios. Yeah.
Now, Clip says... Toei making bad Z filler episodes as always. Well, I don't think they're all bad. Like, I actually think a lot of the filler Toei does is good, but there are a few really bad ones, and I think the worm stuff is probably closer to the bad. Do you like the worm stuff or the stuff inside of Buu?
It's all right. It's whatever. I'll take it or leave it.
Yeah, I understand. Xavier says, will you guys date a girl with your name? My name can be used as a nickname for a girl named like Danielle. So I think I would, but that's the closest we're going to get to it. That's the closest we're
There's
going
a
to
lot
get.
of girls named Jordan out there. And if hypothetically I went back in the day and I wasn't married and I found a chick who was like really awesome named Jordan, yeah, I would date her. I wouldn't give a shit.
Yes, but if she's into all the same things you are, that might end up being a red flag.
Yeah,
see, a lot of guys always say, I want to be with a chick that's into my shit.
You'll enable each other.
Yeah, no, you don't. Trust me, you do not. I've been there and I've done that, let me tell you. All right, Gaming Hub UK says, please do Sandland. Maybe.
We'll
I mean, we'll see. I don't know if anybody's going to fucking join us for those, but we'll see. All right, so here we have True Evil Buu, Kid Buu, and they have no idea what's going on. And then Supreme Kai's like, I was afraid of this. And Vegeta's like, look, he's a midget. I think we could handle that, even though Vegeta's used to being the short guy in battles. So here is the explanation, because old Kai was in the sword when all this happened, presumably. In my time, there were 5 Kaioshin. Until the mage Bibidi's creation, Majin Buu defeated us. I was the youngest and least powerful, but somehow I survived, barely escaping with my injuries. But the other 4 lives were taken by Buu. The first 2 to die were the North and West Kaioshin. And then the toughest and strongest of us, South Kaioshin, was somehow absorbed by Buu. Is that how he became the strong Buu? Yes. That's the buff Buu, which we never actually saw fight Goku and Vegeta. The next one who was absorbed was the fat, but gentle and mild-mannered great Kaioshin, the Dai Kaioshin. The Majin Buu that Bibidi created was pure evil. He was a failure that Bibidi himself couldn't even control. So, and again, that's what Marva said when she said that Majin Buu was like an accident, because she created something incredibly powerful and dangerous, but something that could not be controlled by anyone.
Yeah. Here's something really interesting to consider, is that Buu is absorbing beings with pure hearts.
Yeah, and that's what Great Kai was, Grand Kai. Yep. And he says, but once the Great Kaioshin was absorbed, it seems he became able to control him. And that's because the fat Kaioshin was very mild-mannered and very, very childlike and very positive and whatnot. And that's how we got the fat Buu. So that means, so he says, so that's the story. And now in the anime, they actually did like a whole flashback sequence that I really liked. I actually really liked. See, that's an example of good filler. So then old Kai says, the small one over there is the first most dangerous Buu. Yes, he gained a heart due to the absorption, which reduced his power. This Buu is a pure incarnation of the idea of evil. It's right there. This Buu is a pure incarnation of the idea of evil. Not only is this Buu out of control evil, he's also sadistic. He enjoys destroying things. He, unlike Frieza, who's ultimately a coward that chooses to be a coward and chooses to be a bully, this Majin Buu does it because he can and because he enjoys it, and it's not a choice to him. He can't be good. So
Yeah.
this is the end. Like, this is the end.
This is all very interesting if you consider the context of the goals of the Kais. Because the Kai's goals is to not only make sure that they themselves are pure of heart, but also to create mortals that are pure of heart. And Kid Buu becomes much more relevant to Goku as a character by being basically the embodiment of evil, because he's essentially become a foil to Goku as a character, because Goku is a character who, due to the process of the Kaioshin, was eventually purified and became a pure-hearted character, much like the Kai. Whereas Buu is the opposite of that in every way. He's literally like the evil that Goku doesn't have in his heart incarnate, like basically like created and physically existing as a character. So and that's part of the reason I really like Kid Buu. A lot of people don't like Kid Buu, but the reason I like Kid Buu is because right off the bat, through that story with the Kaioshin, they are essentially making him more relevant to Goku, which makes a lot of sense because Goku's coming back and he's becoming more relevant in the story. But Toriyama like cleverly connects Buu to Goku through the Kaioshin's intentions as creation gods, but also their fears of beings like Buu, who are the pure amalgamation of evil. So it's really cool.
Yep. Clips. That is not why people hate Supreme Kai. People hate Supreme Kai because he's bad at his job. That's why they hate him, bro. It is not because
with him.
Yeah, he can be annoying as shit. So somebody said that the Diddy verdict is in. I need to see this. Somebody needs to tell me what it is, because that's going to be since this is the final Mangalorian covering the final. It's not the final Mangalorian, but it's the final chapter of Dragon Ball, the final volume. I feel like in order for us to finish Justin Sullivan's long story arc, which is almost as long as Dragon Ball, we need to get what a coincidence that the verdict came in during.
That's very strange. That is very strange. I will give you that.
That's very strange, bro. Jordan must be doing black magic or some shit at his fucking house or something. So Kid Buu screams and just is there. I mean, look at his face. I mean, you can tell this motherfucker don't fuck around. And that's why I like Kid Buu. I like all the Boos for different reasons. But I do like True Evil Buu, Kid Buu, because of everything you said. He is the opposite of Kid Goku. We start the story with Kid Goku. We end it with Kid Buu being the opposite, pure evil. Air Dog says, if they died on Kai World, why didn't they reappear? Who died on Kai World? I don't know what he's talking about. I do not know what he's talking about.
Me either, bro.
All right. Justin says, imagine Jared Fogle use his Majin Buu Kid Buu and offers to give him his foot long, thinking he was a child, and then Buu rips his foot long and stabs him in the eye with it. I would be perfectly, you know what? If that happened, Majin Buu would be a good guy in my eyes. Don't you agree, Jordan?
Yeah.
If anybody does that to Jared Fogle, bro, it's kind of hard to hate them.
True that.
Just being real with you. Okay. Nobody's giving me the verdict yet, bro. Like, where the hell's the verdict? Can somebody look it up and type it in the chat, please? You fucking nerds. So Buu fires a blast. And the thing I like about this version of Buu is that the balls that he fires are not like massive like the one that Frieza fires, but they have so much more power compacted in them. And the thing about this version of Buu, you have to pay attention, both the anime and the manga. Oh, it's a partial verdict. What the hell does that even mean? Okay, well, then never mind. Maybe next week or the next time we stream, we'll cover it. So, what I was going to say about Buu is notice how this version of Buu very easily can regenerate and fire ki blasts at will. It's because he is a destructive machine. He doesn't have to charge up anything. He just blasts and just he is able to manipulate energy quicker than any other villain we've ever seen and regenerate quicker because there's no thought. Nothing's going through his head except destroy, destroy, destroy. And that's what makes him the most dangerous.
Yeah. Also, it gives him the most potential, as a martial artist in terms of like a character that Goku could convert into a martial artist.
Well,
in any character that we've seen so far. So yeah, that's another big part of it.
Well, that's what leads into Oob. But the point is that this Buu just sees the earth and he's not going to be like, ha ha ha, now I will destroy the earth. He just, that's it. He doesn't have to say a word. He's not.
Yeah.
Kid Buu is the opposite. The reason why I like True Evil Buu, Kid Buu, is that he's the opposite of the mustache twirling villain. He's the opposite of that. He just destroys and he enjoys it.
Yeah.
So he fires a blast. Vegeta tries to intercept it. He manages to do it. Buu sees them and he's like, he would have blown up the earth with that blast. And you stopped it, Vegeta. And he's like, hey, Buu, if you're thinking about blowing up the planet, you'll have to face us first. And then Buu just looks at him and smiles and makes another key ball. And he's like, okay.
Yeah, those tricks are not going to work anymore.
Yeah, he's not gonna be distracted from his mission, needless to say. And they're like, no, don't you want to fight us? And Boo's like, I don't care. This Majin Buu, okay, see how it says, don't you want to fight us? This is a very important key element about this Buu. This Buu is not a martial artist. What did Jordan say earlier when it came to the Spirit Bomb and Super Saiyan God? That when they fought this Majin Buu, this is not a martial arts fight. This is a war of attrition to save the universe, and thus Goku accepted help for the Genki Dama. This is not the same as Super Saiyan God Goku. Not even close, because that was at least a sport. Even Beerus during the fight was like, what do you think? This is a sports game when he's firing the ki blast. This is not, this Majin Buu is not a martial artist. He just wants to destroy. And because of that, they have no choice. Plus, they already tried fighting him as a martial artist and it didn't work. We're going to get to that shortly. So it's not the same thing. Because Goku was trying to convince Buu, like, no, we can fight you. This Buu does not care that much about fighting. Like, he cares a little bit about destroying, but he doesn't care about just having a good time like a sport. So he fires the blast, and then they're like, I have to use the teleportation to get us out of here. So they go down there. He grabs Dende and Satan out.
God and the devil, yeah.
God and the devil. Yes, good point. Thank you, Jordan. God and the devil. We're going to get to more of this because Toriyama's symbolism in this story is crazy. Goku grabs God and the devil. Now people say, well, why didn't they grab Gohan and them? It wasn't because Goku didn't want to. It's because Goku instinctually grabbed them first because they were closest to him. And Goku says, there's no time to get the others. I've only got enough time to teleport once. So They couldn't. They
Yep. Not that he
literally
didn't want
couldn't.
to. He just literally didn't have time.
Instead,
And he's so empathetic and cares about everybody so much collectively that he instinctually saved Dende and Mr. Satan. And that ends up being a huge part of the reason that this entire
they
thing
win.
out for the best. Yes.
That they win. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Goku obviously wanted to save his kids because he has a way stronger connection to them, but there wasn't enough time. In fact, Goku couldn't even focus, and that's why Kibito, because Kibito has the Kai Kai teleportation. I want to make this clear to people. The teleportation that the Kais know is not the same one that Goku learned from the Yard Rats.
Yeah.
The teleportation the Kais know is much faster, and I believe that it's only effective in their own universe. So the Kais can go anywhere in their own universe without needing to feel shit. Whereas Goku has limitations on his, which is why Supreme Kai shows up quickly. And then we see them there, they're still knocked out. Then finally, bro, after 11 years of manga, Toriyama decided to finally blow up the earth. What do you think about that?
I think it's appropriate. I think this is the time to do it.
Hold on. Justin says, by the way, sell Diddy Combs better not walk. He needs to get locked up in hell for the rest of his life. Well, the rest of his death, I guess you mean. We are already dealing with Harvey Boosteen. We don't need two predators on the loose, even if one's undead. That's true. I agree with you. We don't need any predators on the loose. But what about Jared, bro? Well, we need Kid Buu to fucking take out Jared. Now you got me fantasizing about that. So yeah. Now then Xavier says, can the spirit bomb blast with key blast or key wave? Can the spirit bomb clash?
Or key wave? Yeah, I mean it would
I
probably
think so.
it, but yeah.
Well, we sort of see it. We see it in Dragon Ball Z movie too, because Dr. Willow fires a blast from space and Goku throws the Genki Dama and it goes through it. And we see Turles, he also fires a blast and Goku throws the Genki Dama and it goes right through Turles' blast. So again, that's movie though. That's a movie. I think it makes sense. I think it'll go through. I think it would go through most key blasts.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because it's so powerful. Maybe not all though. So then we have the destruction of the Earth. They all teleport back to the Kai's planet. But we made it back, but the Earth and the others didn't. Okay, now I'm going to bring up an alternate scenario here. Vegito, when he was toying with Majin Buu to get absorbed, even as a kid, Jordan, I said to myself, why didn't Vegito just kill Buu and then go to Namek and use those balls to resurrect Gohan and the others?
Yeah. It's the same thing as the Future Saga.
Yes, I was just going to say it's the same thing as the Cell Saga. When you start applying logic to it, there are reasons why this arc doesn't make sense for it to happen, because they could have just gone to Namek. Same thing with even Daima. Why didn't they just go to Namek and wish themselves to be adults again? Yeah. And then go rescue Dende? Like, you know?
Yeah, I guess they do try really hard not to use the Namekian Dragon Balls as a fix-all.
I know, but sometimes you have to fix everything. Plus, they wound up using them anyway. So we are now in the final battle, a match with the whole universe at stake. The Earth has been destroyed. It's been reduced to atoms. It's over. And then Mr. Satan questions them and he's like, the Earth is gone. Where are we? And this is where Dende explains who the Kais are and all that stuff. And he basically goes over the God hierarchy, and Mr. Satan's just like, huh? Like he has no idea about any of this.
He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, he doesn't care. It's kind of like how in the Christian theology, Satan does not believe in the Bible. Like he obviously knows the Bible is true, but he doesn't want to accept the fact that he's going to lose in the end. So he's going to turn people to his side no matter what. It's kind of similar to that, except more.
Yeah, it's a really cool little gag. Yeah.
Yeah, it's played up for comedy. And then, I mean, that's him just being annoying here. And he's like, Majin Buu isn't even real. It's just a big dream. I fell asleep at the Budokai. Coping mechanism, bro. Coping. And then, of course, they're over here like, and then Vegeta's like, of all the people you could have saved, you had to choose him. And even Goku's like, yeah, what can we do? Dragon Balls were destroyed, right? And now they're like, and then now the Kais are, the old Kai is like, now this is something I think is interesting lore. Old Kai says, why are there Dragon Balls on Earth? Only Namekians are allowed to have them. This is breaking the rules. Jordan, this ties in perfectly with Daima, because that tells me that the old Kai not only knows about the Namekians being from Demon World 2, but probably knows Neba, like, or at least has heard of Neba.
Well, I think this is basically Toriyama pointing out the themes of the Namek arc again, because the entire reason that the Namekians were okayed to use the Dragon Balls originally on planet Namek is because they had a ritual that they would use to determine somebody who was worthy of using the Dragon Balls. And the Kai probably knows about that, and that does tie into Daima, because that's something that they created in Demon World 2 in Daima. That whole ritual that they go through to test people to see whether or not they're worthy to use the Dragon Balls did come from the original Namekian civilization in the Demon Realm. So I think Toriyama is basically just like tying a neat bow around that entire concept and being like, the reason that the gods are okay with the Namekians using the Dragon Balls is because they're not going to misuse them, because their culture demands that they don't misuse them. Whereas on Earth, they don't have that. They don't have that at all. So,
right. And here we have Dende straight up. If we go to Planet Namek, I'm sure the new Elder Namek, which is the new Grand Elder, would have made another set of Dragon Balls. So he doesn't even know for sure, but they did. I mean, it's been 7 years since the Cell Saga, since Dende was there. So I'm sure that they have Dragon Balls there, and then they can bring everybody back. And then they're kind of happy now, like, okay. And then, oh, wait a minute, Dende, Namek's pretty far from here, and I can barely feel their key, so I wouldn't be able to teleport. And we don't have a spaceship. They don't need to teleport because this guy can teleport. I can teleport to any planet in the lower world. This is what I was talking about earlier. The Supreme Kai teleportation, the Kai is not the same as the Yardrat teleportation. It's not the same thing. It's a different technique. It's actually a different technique. They do the same thing, but it's a different technique. It's like a godly. It's magic, just like always. It's magic. Now, this line right here, I want to talk about this. Old Kai says, stop, I won't let you use the Dragon Balls. They make a mockery out of nature. I told the Namekians long ago to only use them on their planet. They never mess with other planets like this. So, Old Kai is one of the guys who believes that the Dragon Balls should only be used for righteous purposes by the Namekians. But this line right here by the old Kai and something else he says later is what would be used to justify the Shadow Dragon arc in GT. The Shadow Dragon arc in GT is based on the constant reuse of the Dragon Balls. And that's why, even though the Shadow Dragon arc has tons of storytelling problems, the concept behind that arc, I really like it. Like, you've been using these things for decades to save your ass, and now that's going to cost you because, like he
Yeah,
said, it
I
goes
guess
against
my
nature.
only issue with that is that the whole entire reason they got away with it as long as they can, or as long as they did, was because all of the wishes were made with pure hearts. And GT kind of
Not all,
GT doesn't blatantly ignore that, but because it calls
but
attention to that
Jordan,
whenever
the
Gogeta
the
uses the positive. When Gogeta like purifies the negative energy from the Dragon Balls into positive energy in GT, that's basically the same thing Goku does whenever he makes a positive wish on the Dragon Balls with a pure heart. So they don't completely ignore that, but they do kind of ignore that like most of the wishes were made with pure intentions in GT, unfortunately.
well, but remember, not every wish is pure intention because Oolong wishing for panties was not pure intention.
I think it
Uh,
was because he wanted to save everybody's life. He did
Jordan,
wish for panties, but he wished for panties for the sake of saving everybody from Pilaf. So
I,
that's not
I,
really selfish.
yes, it was a desperate minute, but
Yeah.
he wished for panties, bro. That's you got to rewatch that arc, bro. They
No,
literally tell you,
I consider that selfless selfishness. I consider that no different than Goku selfishly practicing martial arts. Like he selfishly practices martial arts because he wants to, but he does it for the sake of others and for the sake of bettering himself. I see Oolong's wish as no different than that.
but Jordan, in the Shadow Dragon arc, it literally tells you that the non-pure wishes created negative energy. When
Yeah,
Piccolo wished for himself to be younger, that was an impure wish. That was an
yeah,
evil wish.
yeah.
Like,
There's
that's
some that
in
are
the
in.
Shadow Dragon arc. And they tell you, they're like, these wishes are good, these wishes are bad. That's why some of the Shadow Dragons are more evil than others.
Yeah, and I do understand that concept. I just think that the Toei staff kind of misrepresented Toriyama's intentions sometimes with
But it was just funny how you're saying him wishing for panties was pure, and I'm like,
it is
think
pure. He's doing it to
you're
save people.
you're justifying Roshi. I don't know. It's just funny to me. It's funny that like that you put that together. I never put that together. Like I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong in that
Well,
it was
okay,
desperate.
let me tell you why I came to that conclusion, and maybe you'll understand a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the end of Journey to the West, the character that Oolong is based on doesn't become a Buddha because he's still a perv. He's still perverted at the end of the journey. But they do reward him because despite the fact that he's perverted at the end of the journey, if it wasn't for who he was and the things that he accomplished selflessly on the journey to the West, they never would have completed the journey. So I see it from that perspective. He may still be perverted. He may still be selfish in that sense. But if it wasn't for that part of who he was, they never would have survived that whole thing. So
No, I mean that's true. That's true. But I mean, I think inside of Oolong's heart, he was a perv, and
he
I
is a
feel
perv.
like these wishes kind of read your heart a little bit. Now,
He is
speaking of
definitely a
perv,
perv. I just think his intentions at the time were, if I don't, yeah, I'm gonna get a selfish wish, but also if I don't make a selfish wish right away, um, everybody's gonna die. So
well, yeah, I mean that is true, but it was still a perverted wish. And
mhm.
speaking of perv, Goku is offering pictures of nude Bulma to old
Yeah,
Kai, and then
this thing is
Vegeta's.
very controversial, bro.
I don't even think it's even that bad. It's Goku
People
being dumb,
complain
bro.
about this scene a lot online.
It's just a gag, bro. Get over it. And then here's the other one. This is what I would complain about. Goku says that Chi-Chi's flat chested. When? When? I've every panel Toriyama's drawn Chi-Chi as an adult. She's not flat chested, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I think her name even means breasts, right?
It's a pun, yeah, or
Yeah,
it's a not a pun, a slang is a slang
yeah.
term for breast. So meanwhile, Buu is regenerating. He's not dead. Dai Chan says, I would wish for some not going to lie, Gooner me. I think, are you saying you'd wish for some pussy, bro? Like, or wish for panties?
You want somebody to goon over you? Is that what you're saying?
I, you guys,
Oh,
I
I see
say
what you're
this,
saying.
I say this with love. There's a reason why the English language has commas and periods and
I
capital
understand what
letters.
he's saying now, though. I get it.
No, but I got to get this out. I appreciate the super chats. Please use punctuation because it gets really confusing when I read it and I don't know where to stop. What do you think he's saying?
I think that he's saying that he would wish for some space. Not gonna lie.
Comma, yeah, pussy. That's why I said
Yeah,
pussy. Yeah.
yeah. Gooner me. Yeah, he's calling himself a gooner. I get it.
Okay, then write it like this. I would wish for some ... not gonna lie, comma, or semicolon, gooner me.
Yeah.
Learn to use punctuation because when I read this, it says, I would wish for some not gonna lie, gooner me. Come on, man. And I understand that, like, you don't have to do it every time that you send a super chat, but for these types of super chats, bro, we need it. Like,
You're
for
helping us
these
out.
types. Yeah. For if it's this type, we definitely need it. Okay, so Buu's regenerating. Now he's back. And now old Kai tells Goku and Vegeta, use the Potara to become Vegito again. And then Goku says, no thanks, we don't need them. What? That's not how we do things. Thanks for the offer. Speaking of pissing fans off, we're going to get to that here in a minute. It'll be tough, but I want to fight with my own power. Sorry to do this at such a bad time. Besides, Buu hasn't fused with anybody else either. So I explained this a long time ago, and a lot of fans don't like it. And I understand why they don't like it. I understand the complaint, but you have to understand why it's written like this.
Yeah.
Goku's justification for using fusion is that Majin Buu was absorbing like 5 to 6 other people. This Buu has no absorptions. He's true, pure one being. He is one being. So Goku says if we fuse to kill this guy, it's not going to be a martial arts battle. It's going to end up being us just stomping him out. And it's not like it's not fair that he doesn't have anything fused, any fusions, and we use fusion. Now,
Well, it's a gap that they feel like they can cross. They're confident that they can cross this gap, whereas before they were not confident that they could cross.
or so what you're saying is that Majin Buu with Gohan is more powerful than Kid Buu? Is that what you're saying, Jordan?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened. Oh, yeah, I banned that guy last week because he kept asking the question. Well, that's fine, bro. Believe what you want. But that's why. Now, I understand people getting upset at this because you're about to fight a being that is pure evil, pure sinister malice. He's not going to be bargained with or reasoned with, right? But Goku, I don't think really understands that. And that's why he ends up.
I really don't. I think that he sees this as an opportunity for him to get stronger, and that's all he cares about. And I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that because it's what makes Goku who he is as a character. His pure drive to get stronger is what makes him who he is as a character. If Goku develops a conscious ill intent towards the villain that he is facing, he is no different than that villain at that point. And the reason that Goku is constantly rewarded as a character despite making stupid decisions like this is because he is pure of heart and he is making this decision with the purest of intentions. This decision is not only the reason that Vegeta makes the speech that he makes about Goku here in a few minutes when we continue to read the manga, because Vegeta is essentially pointing out Goku's motivations here whenever he destroys the Potara. Later on, whenever he makes that speech, he's basically perfectly encapsulating the reason that Goku destroys the Potara here, but also the entire reason that Kid Buu is reincarnated as somebody who would later on become the new protector and, you know, savior of Earth, Oob, is because of this attitude that Goku has here. So the thing is, the series does a great job framing how dangerous Goku's mentality is and talking about, you know, the dangers of it and pointing out that it isn't irrational or logical. But it also does a good job pointing out that that attitude is consistently what causes the best possible scenario at the end of the story. So when you see Goku acting this way and you're reading a Dragon Ball chapter, this is the entire point of the Mangalorian. When you see Goku acting this way, you might as well just assume that by the end of this arc, you're going to get the best possible outcome that you could have gotten, because this is always Toriyama signaling to the reader that Goku's about to go full martial arts mode, and that the fruits of him going full martial arts mode are going to be put to the forefront of the story, and that's what happens with the Spirit Bomb every single time. Every time Goku uses the Spirit Bomb to take out somebody, or there's a Spirit Bomb related scene, it's always there to exaggerate the fact that all of those characters are only there due to the fact that Goku has practiced this same irrational, illogical mentality in the past. That's the reason that this cast of characters has grown so much, and the reason that all these characters have gotten so strong is because Goku has made a similar decision in the past that, although irrational, ends up creating the best possible scenario and also helps them survive future threats as well. Because you got to consider, you know, whenever Goku first let Vegeta live, that was irrational as hell too. I guarantee you could look at that scene and basically say it's no different than Goku crushing the Potara here. It's literally the exact same thing. But despite that, that's all going to create the best possible scenario and reinforce Goku's power and allow him to be able to basically protect people he needs to in the future by getting stronger. And I think that's something that a lot of people overlook about Goku's mentality, is that despite the fact that it's not necessarily the most logical approach, it does bear out in the long term, because Goku does get stronger, and then he does end up strong enough in the long term to protect people from even stronger threats in the future, because he uses people like Buu, Frieza, Cell, you know, as a stepping stone to make sure that he's prepared to face even stronger threats in the future. So essentially, to summarize what I'm trying to say, if Goku didn't take the time to adapt to and react to all of these threats to the point that he himself improved as a martial artist, Goku would have died when he met Frieza. Okay? The entire reason that Goku survives all these scenarios is because he puts himself through these tough scenarios that make him grow and get stronger as a person, which allows him to be strong enough to take down the next villain when the next threat comes along. Like, if he didn't take advantage of these situations, he wouldn't be as strong as he is today. And that's essentially what's going on here. They think that they can get stronger through Buu, and by getting stronger through Buu, they will be even more better prepared to take on even more stronger threats in the future. And that's essentially what he's thinking here.
Yeah, I think that by this time, I think Toriyama already had the ending in his head. Like, I think by this time he already knew how he was going to end this fight finally, right? And I think that what you just said is something we've talked about, I don't know how many times for the past 41 streams.
Yeah.
Is what Goku is doing foolish? Because you actually use the word foolish.
Yeah.
Yes. Is it stupid? Yes. No one's denying that. But it's one of those things where if they did make Vegito and just killed Buu, that would have been the end of the story, and it wouldn't have had nothing dramatic about it.
Well, not just that, no self-improvement would have came out of it either. So
Right. Now, again, here's the thing. There's more to it than that, but that's a main thing. I don't think Toriyama was just coming up with that to create more of a story. I actually genuinely believe that Goku in his head thought he could beat Buu, right? And then when he realized that he couldn't, and Vegeta suggested the Genki Dama, which we're going to get to here shortly, that is when, because I think Goku went into this fight. Because remember what he said. Oh, I could have beat the fat Buu. I just didn't want to. And I made a whole video debunking that. Because people need to look at Dragon Ball not from one statement out of context, from the entire arc. Goku probably felt, I could beat this fucking guy. I know I can. And then realized, oh shit, Super Saiyan 3 has problems with stamina when you're alive. And then they were like, I can't win this fight. We're fucked. And that's when Vegeta suggested the Genki Dama. So I think Goku does end up regretting it. I think there is regret. It's kind of like when Goku gave Cell the Senzu and then Piccolo yelled at Goku. And then for like a minute, Goku has that look on his face like, oh man, like maybe I did fuck up. Yeah. I think that Goku realizes this was a logical error. And he probably does regret it. It's just that Goku's not going to just say, I regret it. I mean, sometimes he does. He'll just figure out another way. And and Vegeta's the one that figures it out, ironically. So even old Kai says, you idiot. This isn't the time for that. This is some tournament. Well said, Kakarot.
Yeah, martial arts is just, the tournament. The tournament line is just it's just a stand-in for saying this isn't a martial arts battle.
Right. And then when Goku says that's just how we Saiyans are, that's a stand-in for martial art. They're confused. They're representing the audience. The Kais represent the audience. Don't worry, he can't follow us here. We have time to think of a plan. Besides, we can restore the planets he blew up with the Dragon Balls. And then Buu is there, and then there's a filler episode in the series where he goes to fuck around with like Paikuhan and shit, but that's only in the anime. So he's able to teleport to the sacred Kaio realm. They're over here like, we have time to think of a strategy, and then bam, he teleports. Do you think it's possible that right then and there Goku was like, maybe we should have kept the Potara? You know what I mean? That's his first regret.
I do think that he was not anticipating this at all, for sure.
That's what I'm saying. And he's already kind of underestimating Buu.
Yep.
Buu has now seen Goku use that technique multiple times. Not just when Goku used it to fight the fat Buu. He used it to appear on Super Buu. He used it to go get Vegeta. He used it to teleport off the planet. Majin Buu has already seen Goku use that technique multiple times. And like we established in the Fat Buu fight with Goku, Majin Buu can learn techniques by seeing them, just like Kid Goku learned the Kamehameha at the beginning of the series. It's the same principle. Goku, think about it like this. Adult Goku, I'm going to break it down like this. Jordan, I'm going to break it down even better than you did. The final battle of Dragon Ball is basically an adult, fully formed Goku against a kid version of Goku that never hit his head. That's what this fight is. That's literally, this ties all the way back to the very beginning of the series. And even when Toriyama wrote that Goku was originally kind of violent, hit his head, and then became a loving boy. This Kid Buu is Goku if he never hit his head, going up against, and we're talking about not power-wise, personality-wise, a destructive monster going up against Goku as a fully formed martial artist. Goku's fighting like a clone of himself, like a shadow version of himself.
Yep.
People don't get that. That's what this is, bro.
Yep, that is what this is.
This fucking guy said, this guy that sound like you. Motherfucker, I've been saying this shit before I even knew who he was.
Yep.
Like, are you out of your fucking mind, bro? I just don't know Journey to the West as well as Jordan does, but that's what this is.
That's definitely what this is. Yeah, you're right.
Go back and watch the fucking videos prior to Jordan being on this channel. You know, we did make videos for like 7 years before I even met Jordan.
Yep.
Just saying. Or is it maybe like 5 years? So, anyways, Buu wants to fight. And then he's like laughing and whatever. And then basically they realize he learned the technique. And then this is where, okay, we'll finish it here. And then they're like, no, the planet will be destroyed. Oh, we'll take care of it. And then Majin Buu, of course, they start playing rock, paper, scissors. Majin Buu falls asleep. The rock, paper, scissors gag is once again like, okay, wait. Let me answer this from Trenton because you're wrong about this. Majin Buu represents the entire Saiyan race. They wish they were Buu. You're wrong about that, brother. You have to listen to. Once again, you need to listen to what I just said. Majin Buu is not the entire Saiyan race. Majin Buu is Kid Goku if he never went evil. Not the entire Saiyan race, but geekdom. Wouldn't all the Saiyans be like Goku? How many of the fucking Saiyans were able to learn a technique by looking at it once?
Yep.
Not many of them, buddy. So you don't take my words, bro, and twist them into your logic. If I wanted to say Kid Buu is all the Saiyans, I would have said,
yeah, Buu has a lot more traits of Kid Goku than he does the Saiyans in general, for sure.
Yes. Please. Do not ever take the words and twist them because that always gets you in trouble.
He is like the Great Ape. He is like the Great Ape, but it's more so honing in on Goku as a character because he's the main character. You got to think about it. The Saiyans are an extension of Goku, okay? The Goku, like the Saiyans
Goku existed first in Toriyama's mind.
Yeah. Toriyama is thinking about Goku here. Because Goku is the most relevant, even over the Saiyans. So
Trenton, I'm not going to debate with you on this stream, dude. I'm not going to debate with you. I've already made my point. It's not the Saiyans.
There is similarities, but that's not what Toriyama's thinking about.
That's not what Kid Buu is. Kid Goku, bro.
Yeah,
that's it. He's Kid Goku. He's not the Saiyans. King Vegeta, Bardock act nothing like this.
Yeah, exactly.
They're civilized guys, bro. Does Paragus act like fucking Majin Buu? Come on, dude. Anyways, they're playing rock, paper, scissors. Goku wins. So now Goku's like, I better go all out if I want to stand a chance. Now, here's the thing. In the anime, there's a whole episode where Goku fights him in Super Saiyan 2. Does it make sense? No, but the animation is awesome in it.
It was awesome. That's true.
Yeah, that's one of the best looking episodes of the whole series. 279, 280, and 281. So Goku's like, you might not get a turn. And then this is what Goku says.
He says that in response to Vegeta saying that he wants to see Super Saiyan 3 with his own eyes. So
right. Yeah. Right. And then Goku says, when I fought the fat Majin Buu, I could have beaten him with Super Saiyan 3, but I wanted to give the kid something to do. Goku says this because he's underestimating Majin Buu's regeneration. Because at this
and he's overestimating his power as a mortal too.
He's overestimating Super Saiyan 3 because at this point, Goku did not fucking know that Super Saiyan 3 would backfire. I don't know how many times I have to make this clear to so-called Dragon Ball experts on YouTube. This motherfucker, Goku, did not know at this point that Super Saiyan 3 had a drawback. So, of course, he's going to say that, I could have beat him.
Yeah.
But once he figures this out, shit.
He knows better. Yeah.
Maybe I couldn't have beat him. That's why I made the video. But, hey, what the fuck do I know? So, Buu fell asleep because he's bored. Then Goku powers up to Super Saiyan 3 to awaken him. Buu wakes up finally,
Starts acting like a
doing
great ape. Yeah.
like a great ape. Look, oh my God. He starts acting like a great ape, but he's not acting like any great ape. He's acting like Goku if he never hit his head. What the fuck do I know? 42 Mangalorian streams, bro.
Yeah, it's basically Goku hitting his head kind of separated Goku, the person that Grandpa Gohan raised, from his nature as a Saiyan, and the Great Ape form has always represented Saiyan nature. So basically, they are drawing a line here between that part of Goku's personality specifically and Kid Buu. So,
Oh. All right. So I had to reply to somebody. So now it begins the final battle. Chapter 510, Vegeta and Kakarot. The final battle with the entire universe at stake. I like how Vegeta is like being Toriyama now, fucking telling us what's going on. Goku and Kid Buu. I like this fight because it's different than a lot of other fights. You know?
yeah, you can tell Toriyama was trying to make this the definitive last battle.
Yes. Well, that's not what I was going to say, but you're right. I was going to say that I like this fight because it's pretty damn savage because they start fighting like savages more than just it being a martial arts battle. And it's not really too technique based. And I like that. And so, but there are techniques being used and strategy. So, because Majin Buu knows this version of Majin Buu, because he's pure Buu, understands his body and his makeup better than any other Buu, which is why he can regenerate so quickly and why he's so fast with everything. Goku, on the other hand, is still struggling to understand Super Saiyan 3. That's another reason why Goku is having a hard time here.
Yeah, he's in over his head.
He doesn't know it yet, though. He starts to connect on Buu. Buu goes back. Then Buu counterattacks. And we see Buu using his stretchy body, right? And then here's Goku doing backflips. He fires a blast. Goku, of course, teleports out of the way instead of like actually blocking it because he knew it would take up too much power for him to block, and hits Majin Buu in the neck with a big ass back round kick. This is a fun fight. So they start going at it. Majin Buu with a big elbow. They start battling it out. And now we have the Vegeta speech. Now in the anime, of course, this gets stretched out. We're going to have to explain the Vegeta speech because so many people get this wrong. So-called Vegeta fans don't understand. Yep. He says, Kakarot, you really are amazing. I didn't stand a chance against Majin Buu. The only one who could fight him was you. I think I know why now. I know why I can't even come close to you. I thought it was because you had things that the way that you wanted, things that you wanted to protect. I thought that strong will of yours to protect brought you mysterious powers, but I have that same desire now, and yet I fight for my own reasons, for my own pleasure, to kill my opponents, and for my pride. He's talking about who he used to be. But he's different. He doesn't fight to win. He fights so that he can better himself each time and to overcome his limits. That's why he never took the lives of his opponents. This is what we've been talking about now for the past, I don't know how many fucking streams.
Yeah, bro. This is Vegeta vocalizing the Goku effect.
And vocalizing his own arc.
Yeah, and his own arc. Yeah, that's true. But what I find really interesting about this, my favorite thing about this, is that Kid Buu, as a character, is not just similar to the Great Ape to, reference like his connection to Goku. There's also something that Toriyama does here that's really, really interesting and cool with the fight between Goku and Kid Buu. Now, when Vegeta talks about how Goku's the only one who could fight him, what's really interesting about that is that Goku, as a martial artist, is a master at taming his own ego. And the grade 8 form is supposed to be a representation of the ego. Now, Goku tames the ego the same way he tames villains and people that he comes into contact with. It's sort of like an allegory for that concept. The reason that he can deal with these villains the way he does is because he's so good at fighting himself. It goes back to what Roshi said. Your greatest threat, the greatest threat to you as a martial artist is not your opponent, it is yourself. That is what Roshi told Goku the first time they ever talked to each other. You are your own greatest and worst enemy because you, deep down inside, have the potential to become no different than the villains and the enemies that you yourself are facing. Okay? Goku is a master at fighting away that aspect of himself. That's what makes him pure of heart, and that's also what makes him a great martial artist, is he is good at taming that aspect of who he is. Vegeta, on the other hand, is not as good at that. And that's what makes Goku having trouble, taming Kid Buu, but still like maintaining this balance where they can at least keep up with each other. Interesting in comparison to Vegeta failing against Kid Buu, because it's sort of representative of where Vegeta fails and where Goku succeeds throughout the entire series. The reason that Vegeta can't keep up with Buu the way that Goku can is because Vegeta doesn't suffer the fruits of those labors in the same way that Goku does. The entire reason that Goku has Super Saiyan 3 is because of everything that he's done in terms of sticking to his guns, maintaining his philosophy, maintaining his stance as a martial artist, and that's the reason that he can keep up with Buu here. Vegeta, on the other hand, what did he do? He relied on the Majin mark. He did not share Goku's philosophy, and therefore, when it comes time for him to fight Majin Buu, he suffers greatly. So this is not only like symbolically representative of like what Vegeta struggles with and what Goku excels at, it also brings to the forefront why exactly Goku is more successful generally than Vegeta throughout the entire series. So that's just it's very well done. It's one of my favorite scenes throughout the entire series.
From Vegeta's perspective, which is the other way.
Yeah.
First of all, I just read I read all this on stream, right? And then in the next page, he says, he even spared my life. It's almost like he knew that I would eventually care for others. It pisses me off to think that a gentle Saiyan would still love to fight. Hang in there, Kakarot. You are number one. Now, I read the entire speech just now. Can somebody please find where Vegeta said, I will wait. If you can find me where Vegeta said, I'm not going to train anymore. You're better than me. I'm done. I'll wait.
He never says that.
I'll wait. No, because according to the internet that knows so fucking much, look, I'm just going to say this, and I'm calling out the entire Dragon Ball YouTube community. If you actually believe that Vegeta regressed in Super, you don't understand Dragon Ball, and neither do the writers that write your scripts. End of story. You don't get it.
Yeah, because even Goku constantly chases the next big, powerful fighter that can help him progress.
And I will make you look stupid every time.
Goku is just that permanently for Vegeta. And Vegeta doesn't care anymore because he has developed the pride of a martial artist, a personality very similar to Goku. Not exactly the same, because to me, the beauty of this scene and the scene where Goku accepts some of Vegeta's pride is that they accept the benefit of each other's company and of each other's effects without losing who they themselves actually are. And I think that that's very, very important. They both have ideas and philosophies that they can use to benefit from each other. This is essentially, in that sense, a callback to whenever Goku took Vegeta's pride on Namek and understood the value of it and the value of Vegeta's philosophy. But this is like the reverse of that. Vegeta is understanding the value of how Goku approaches things, and he's imbuing it into himself. He's still maintaining who he is, but he is taking what is valuable about what Vegeta has to offer, or Goku has to offer him, and he's making good use of it. So they're still maintaining who each character is. Each character is not becoming the other character, but they are basically learning the core values of each other's philosophy and benefiting off that. And that's very important.
There's more, but there's more. So when Vegeta says you are number one, that does not equal I'm going to stop training. I'm going to stop trying to surpass you. I'm going to stop. Vegeta, listen to me. Vegeta saying that Goku is number one does not mean that he's going to stop trying to surpass him. If I enter, let's say I went into the NBA in 2001. I joined the NBA and I'm LeBron James and Kobe Bryant is number one. If I go out in the press conference and I say Kobe's number one, you know, he's great and I admire to be like that, does that mean that LeBron's going to stop trying to beat Kobe? No, he's going to try and be number one. That's what it means. Oh, well, yeah. Vegeta regressed because he said that Goku was number one. Therefore, he's going to stop fighting. Every time that I see people say that, it's so fucking annoying and it makes you want to fucking DDT them into the gravel.
No, he's saying
there's no regression with Vegeta. Hold on, I got to finish. When Vegeta says Goku is number one, listen to me. He's saying he's number one in spite of being a low-class warrior. Vegeta was born into a class-based system and brainwashed his entire life to think that he was an elite, super elite Saiyan, better than everybody else in his race. He meets Goku. Goku fucks him up. Goku surpasses him again and again and again, and Vegeta doesn't understand why. I'm a super elite. I've been told by my daddy and by Nappa that I'm the best. He's been lied to his entire life, and now he's realizing it. And this is why, from this point forward into Dragon Ball Super, right, Vegeta, the one thing Dragon Ball Super got right was Vegeta. If you want to say what is the one thing Dragon Ball Super nailed perfectly, it's Vegeta after this moment, because it's not about I'm going to stop training. It's not about I'm going to give up. It's about the fact that Vegeta finally learned what makes Goku so special, and he adapts that into his own training, and that's why he tells Frieza, I kind of need this guy to push me without having to want to kill him. That's what the fucking speech is about, you dumb motherfucker. Not you guys, but the fandom.
He says, when he says you are number one, he is saying your philosophy is number one. It's basically what he's saying. He's saying your approach to how you are the real things. Yeah. Your approach to things is superior to mine, and Vegeta's approach after this moment is more like Goku's because he realizes that his approach is superior. That does not mean that he's just gonna stop training or stop trying. Even Goku chases fighters constantly. He chased Hit. He chased Jiren. He chases everybody. He's literally Broly. So the idea that Vegeta would stop being that way when Goku is still that way is just silly. It makes absolutely no sense. And you're right. Like if people want to think that, then they're just dead wrong. Like that's
what irritates me about this Vegeta regressed in Super shit is that I see it from so-called respectable people in the fandom. This is not something I see from like knucklehead dub fans who saw it once. There's people that supposedly know their Dragon Ball, and I hear them say that, and I don't want to start shit with them because I don't like drama. I think it's childish. And even if I were to like open up a dialogue with them, the fans of YouTube would turn it into drama when it's not dramatic at all. Well, it's just a correction to them getting it wrong.
Judgmental about their interpretation, and then they would probably block you because they can't handle anybody being critical of their interpretation or trying to debunk their interpretation. But it's just there is such thing as, okay, here, let me just explain this to you guys. In fiction, there is this thing called the critical interpretation. Okay, all fiction is interpretation based, but that does not mean that there is not a critical interpretation that overshadows all over interpretations, that has facts and logic behind it to reinforce it as the critical interpretation. So yes, you're allowed to have your own interpretations of things, but if somebody is better at arguing an interpretation in a critical way that destroys your interpretation objectively, then that interpretation becomes the critical interpretation of the work. That's how media works. That's how analyzing and breaking down media works. There's always going to be a critical interpretation of the series, and this is very, very obvious. And if you take into account everything that's happened throughout all of Dragon Ball, it's super obvious what Vegeta is trying to get at here. Okay, it's the same message that the series has tried to reinforce all the way back since Roshi. Okay, if you stick to Roshi's ideas as a martial artist, you will be successful in the series of Dragon Ball. And that's what Vegeta is seeing here. He's seeing that, oh, Goku has been taught a philosophy that has progressed him beyond me at every single turn. Vegeta has never been told that he was taught that by Roshi, but he is understanding through seeing Goku's behavior that teaching. Okay, so essentially Goku has kind of done the same thing that Roshi did for him. Or what Grandpa Gohan did for him. He's given him an understanding of the benefit of this idea, of this philosophy, and that's what's happening here. So
yeah, I don't know what else to say, honestly. Like, I've already made the point.
Way to say it, yeah.
I've explained the speech. I'm probably going to do a video about it. And I'm just really sick and tired of people saying Vegeta regressed in Super. And they're so-called, oh, well, we are authoritative. We have an fucking authoritate these nuts in your mouth, bro. Like, get fucked with that shit, dude. Justin Sullivan says, to have a final battle in a heavenly domain like this is cathartic. I don't know if cathartic's the right word. I would say it's appropriate because
Epic.
A demon is fighting what used to be a demon, kind of like a Saiyan, even though we didn't. The Saiyans were not revealed to be from the demon realm as you wanted it to be in Daima, but that's okay. He says, having everything Goku's been through, lead to this was awesome. Is that a Journey to the West reference?
I mean, there is a war in heaven in Journey to the West, but I wouldn't necessarily say that is what Toriyama is focusing on here. I mean, it definitely is the same thing that happens in Journey to the West, but this whole thing is Journey to the West centric. I mean, Kid Buu is even in Daima, he's very, very much like Wukong. Like, he destroys everything. He's a destructive entity that's like out of control. That's literally like Wukong's whole thing. He was a monkey who ran around destroying everything instinctively, just like Kid Buu. So he's definitely thinking about that here. And he even has Kid Buu suffer an ego death and reincarnate into Oob and all that stuff. So all of those themes are here. Yes, for sure.
And, okay, do you think that Vegeta sacrificing himself against Majin Buu was an ego death?
Yes.
It was Vegeta atoning for all the mistakes he had made in the series, sacrificing himself. Therefore, it's almost like how in Christianity and in Islam, you have to repent for your sins, right? And you repent to God. In Dragon Ball, fucking Vegeta's not going to repent to Kami or Dende or the Kais. He's going to just repent to the universe, because Dragon Ball has a different kind of mythology. And so when he sacrificed himself, that was the ego death of the Vegeta that we knew. And now this new Vegeta, now that he's back, he's still dead technically, but now that he's back, this is him finally realizing, like, well, he let the Goku shit, like, he was able to move past the Goku obsession because the Goku obsession put everybody's lives in danger multiple times. He realized that, and now it's like, you are number one. Doesn't mean that he's not going to try and be number one himself. It's just I do not understand when people say that. It's so damn infuriating, and it's just like fuck, dude. Like, and the thing that irritates me about the internet is motherfuckers don't even think. They just hear some YouTuber say something and copy what they say. No, what did you know that? And I'm like, did you actually think about this on your own? Or did you fucking just copy what a YouTuber said? Listen, I'll be the first one to tell you, you can watch my videos and think that I'm full of shit. You're an idiot if you do that, but you can watch my videos and think that I'm full of shit and come up with your own conclusion. I would rather you watch YouTube and read books or whatever on Dragon Ball and come up with your own conclusions than just be a blind follower who's just a sycophant who keeps regurgitating what YouTubers say. There's people in this fandom who are very sycophantic towards me. They kiss my ass all the time, and I don't like being around them because it makes me very uncomfortable. I like being around people who can think for themselves. And in this situation, if somebody finds a flaw in my thinking, by all means, point it out to me. It's fine. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, but I would rather people think for themselves than, oh, well, so-and-so made a YouTube video and they made all these points about Vegeta having regressed, so it must be true. No, dude. What if it's not true? What if they're wrong? They're humans, you know. Xavier said, LeBron did say Kobe was better in 2010. LeBron was drafted in 2003. It's been 22 seasons and still hasn't passed Kobe or MJ and others. Well, I know that. I was just using them as examples because people know them. You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't know if LeBron's ever going to get that 5th ring, bro. I don't know. And yes, Parody Account is right. Don't be a drone. Just try to learn from the people that you want to learn from, but also think, is this guy right about this? So there you go. That's the speech. Meanwhile, the fight's still going on. Majin Buu apparently did a Kamehameha there. I mean, that's what that is, right? That's basically a Kamehameha. Look at his hand motions.
Yeah, it is a Kamehameha. That is what it is.
Yep, you idiot. This is a real Kamehameha. Yep. And then Buu puts himself back together. See, this right here is what I was talking about. This right here. Oh, well, I could have beat Majin Buu if I really wanted to, but I let the kids do it. Goku's all fucked up, bloodied up, just fucked, and Buu's like regenerating and doesn't even have a scratch. Damn it. No matter what I do to him, his ki never goes down. He just comes back as good as new. Hey, Goku, do you still think you could have beat Fat Buu?
Yep.
Do you still think you... And this is my fucking point, bro. But whatever. Dragon Ball experts on YouTube, they know everything. And then here, Vegeta wants to jump in. And then Vegeta's like, I know you're not going to switch out. And then now Goku's like, don't try to stir my feelings. No way I won't. And then he's like, and then look, Buu is stronger than we thought. It's right there. Simple. Fat Buu was weaker, but guess what? He's still regenerated. Don't worry about me. Just finish him off. Or you could build up your ki while you're a Super Saiyan 3. You can destroy him in an instant. That's what I'm going to do, but I haven't had a chance to do it yet. So basically, Vegeta wants to tag in, and he needs to give Goku time to raise his energy to the absolute max in Super Saiyan 3 so he can beat him. And then Vegeta's like, 1 minute you can do that? Now, that's 60 seconds. And I don't know if you ever been in a real fight, but real fights can end in way faster than 50 seconds, especially against a demonic terror like Kid Buu. And then he's like, he'd be no problem if we used the Potara. I guess I was a bit too cocky. Wait a minute. What did I say about 30 minutes ago when I said Goku would regret this? But yet, guess what, Jordan? They'll still pull it out. And they'll say, oh, when I do these streams, I get mad because people get this shit so wrong. Oh, well, Goku's an idiot. He recognizes that, bro. He straight up recognizes it. I shouldn't. I was a bit too cocky.
It's him powering up in the afterlife and thinking that that's his actual power backfiring in this scene. He is not as strong as he was in the afterlife. There's tons of guides and shit that talk about this. He cannot power up to the same degree that he can in the afterlife. This drains his mortal body to a degree that he cannot, or he did not comprehend prior, like you said earlier. He didn't understand the drain that Super Saiyan 3 itself caused. And so it's backfiring on him. You know?
It really is just, it's there, bro. If you actually read the manga and actually read it slowly, right? You can pick up on these things. I'm not a super genius. You just read the manga slowly. So Goku says he could have regenerated right away, but he wanted to toy with us first. And then look, Majin Buu is straight up doing this little dance just to clown on Goku. Like, you really thought that you could beat me in this form. You really thought you could beat me. And then Vegeta is the one that says, I'll hold him off for a minute. You gather your ki. Huh? So now Vegeta puts his life on the line. And remember, if Vegeta is killed with the halo on, okay, hold on. John says, silly question. Why don't they do the fusion dance? You think Majin Buu's going to let them just sit there and do the fusion dance? You think Buu's going to sit there and let him, bro?
Yeah, he doesn't want to fight them for fun anymore. It's not.
Yeah, and he's taunting them, but the minute he sees them preparing the pose, he's going to attack. You know? And then he says 1 whole minute, and then he says, hurry up and do it. Now, this is what I wanted to say. Do you know what happens when you die again while dead? You cease to exist from both the living world as well as the afterlife. So if Vegeta is killed by Majin Buu here, he will no longer exist. He will disappear from existence. Vegeta, don't die. I love this because this moment, I don't think you understand. I don't think people, again, we're going to go into a tirade here. Goku telling Vegeta, don't die, is literally the equivalent of Goku telling somebody else. No, let me rephrase the statement. Goku telling Vegeta, don't die, is literally the same thing as one guy telling another guy, hey man, I love you. That's literally what this is, dude. And I'm not talking about
you're right.
I'm not talking about in a gay way. I'm talking about like Goku asking for Vegeta to not die is really a big deal. You know?
It is a big deal.
And then Jared says, I like the dub line because it's pretty funny. Thanks, but I'm already dead. Well, it doesn't work, though, because, okay, listen. This dub line, once again, Barry Watson has to change the dub. Jared, how does this line work if in the previous fucking manga panel, he says, if you die again, you cease to exist? No, that line is stupid, bro. Because he just explained to Vegeta, if he dies again, he's fucked. Once again, the dub changing shit makes it more fucking stupid. Yep. I just pointed it out to you.
It completely ignores the narrative purpose of this interaction.
He completely
which is what most of the dub does. It's just like, let's just add a line unnecessarily and just completely discount the relevance of that line to the narrative itself. They don't care about it at all.
And that's the entire dub. That's the entire fucking dub. Let's add fucking lines and you know what? Disrespect fucking Toriyama. I saw people accusing me of disrespecting Toriyama who are dub fans. How the fuck can you be a dub defender, bro? And I'm not saying Jared Punch is. I'm not. This is not I'm not insulting Jared. I'm talking about the greater fandom. When the dub spits on Toriyama's fucking entire story, it
Yeah, it
spits on
does.
it, bro.
It does. Yeah, it's very disrespectful.
It's disrespectful as fuck. Um. This thing is hold on. Okay, Justin says the pose Majin Buu takes when he's rubbing it Goku and Vegeta's face is like Anthony Weiner whenever he says those pics to young women. I don't think I know who Anthony Weiner is.
I feel like I've heard of him. Is he the guy that got in trouble for sending inappropriate pics to
Isn't
people?
that like every YouTuber, bro? Except me.
I remember hearing something about him. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, Jared, I wasn't. Let me make this clear. When I was talking about the fans, I was not talking about you, bro. I was talking about people. I was talking about people that claim that others disrespect Toriyama while being dub fans. Like some of the gaming YouTubers, some of the Bandai blowers. Oh, Bandai, give us early access. Please come on my face. Like those guys who have never opened up a fucking manga to save their life. These motherfuckers want to say I disrespect Toriyama when all they've seen is the dub 20 years ago. Please, please, bro. Suck my dick with your whole ass throat, dog. So here comes Vegeta. Here comes Vegeta, bro. Vegeta comes in. He's fucking going all out against Majin Buu, bro. All out. Okay, Anthony Weiner's a U.S. Senator. There you go, bro. And then bam, he rips off part of Boo's body. Of course, that's not enough, but it's still impressive that Vegeta did that. Here comes Vegeta with his overuse of Ki Blast, just going in. Great, he should be able to keep this up for a minute. And Vegeta's just doing what Vegeta does, which is fire a lot of fucking Ki Blast. Majin Buu comes up from behind Vegeta, double axes him down. Down goes Vegeta. Vegeta's getting his ass tore up now. I did a video a long time ago, top 5 Vegeta beatdowns. This was on the list.
I remember that video, yeah.
Buu does everything you can possibly do to Vegeta without killing him. It's like that line in Return of Jafar where remember that line in Return of Jafar where which is the second Aladdin movie, where the genie's getting all beaten up and he's like, Genie, you're immortal. And then Genie's like, yeah, but you'd be surprised what you can live through. Like, that's Vegeta. He is not dead, but he's in a lot of pain. And by the way, the art here is phenomenal. Just great stuff. Headbutt, just Vegeta's getting fucked. His attacks are incredibly strong and fast. I can't believe that Kakarot was fighting this. So even Vegeta's like, damn, this is what he was feeling. Goku needs more time. And then Vegeta straight up says, I don't stand a chance. So he's letting Goku. He is letting Goku, like, be the hero here. He's straight up saying, okay, be the hero. Just get this done. Now Goku says, it's already been 1 minute. And I still don't have enough ki. But wait a minute, Jordan. I thought that Super Saiyan 3 Goku could have beaten Fat Buu. I'm sure Babidi and Majin Buu would have just let him power up for the minute, right? Even though they did let him power up in a Super Saiyan 3. So there is that. Majin Buu kicks Vegeta away. Then he does this awesome move where he gets all stretchy and starts choking him and starts smashing him down into the ground. I actually love this move, bro. And in the video games, people remember, bro, fucking Dragon Ball Tenkaichi 3. I think it was Tenkaichi 3 or Budokai 3. Which one is the one where Goku, where the final boss is Kid Buu and he's like impossible? Was that Tenkaichi 3 or was it Tenkaichi 2? Or maybe it was Budokai 2.
Or it might have been Budokai Tenkaichi. I don't know. It's been a long time, but I do remember it being ridiculous. I do remember
Yeah, there
being
was
absolutely ridiculous.
there was one Majin Buu final battle that was like really hard. That's what this is like. And Goku realizes there's something wrong. And then he realizes at this rate, Vegeta is going to die. Then Satan speaks up. Mr. Satan speaks up. And then he's over here because he thinks it's all a dream. It's all a dream. So because it's a dream, he's not going to die. And he goes and he taunts Buu. This gives Vegeta more time because Buu is distracted by Satan. He throws Vegeta away. He lunges at Satan. And then right before he can attack, he stops. And then Goku's like, okay, good job. You're giving me time. And then Mr. Satan, of course, is praying to be spared. And then Buu is like in a lot of pain with a migraine. He's terrified of my strength. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I like that, you bastard. And then chapter 512, Super Saiyan 3 vanishes. I love that art. So Buu is in a lot of pain. And then Goku's like, what the hell is going on? And Vegeta is all beaten up. He doesn't know what's going on. He spits out the fat Majin Buu. So if you remember, they unplugged the fat Buu from Majin Buu's body, but they didn't take the fat Buu with them when they left. Now, that means that the fat Buu was still inside of there, but was disconnected, right?
Yeah.
So, I like this because it shows that Toriyama was already thinking and was one step ahead of the reader. Because by this point, when you unplug the fat Buu, I don't think a lot of the readers remembered. Because remember, this is coming out weekly. So the chapter where Fat Buu gets unplugged would have been like 7 or 8 chapters ago. The reader's going to forget about Fat Buu, right? And then, wait a minute, that's right. He did unplug Fat Buu. And that's how the Fat Buu comes out. So I like this a lot because it's foreshadowing that actually worked. And then he goes to attack Satan. Satan, of course, goes down. And then Satan is taunting him because he still thinks that it's a joke. Buu goes after him. And then a ki blast is about to hit Buu. He moves. It's a strong ki blast. And it's the fat Majin Buu. So now we have a battle between the two Majin Buus. I hate you. Don't hurt Satan. Because Satan and Buu are friends, and Fat Buu remembered this. What do you think about all this, Jordan? The Fat Buu thing and it now being Buu against Buu and the Satan stuff?
I think that this is very definitive of what Toriyama was thinking about Buu at the time. It's very similar to what happened whenever Fat Buu lost to the evil Buu. This is like the good aspects of Buu trying to come in clutch and make and it's like the good aspect of your consciousness fighting the evil destructive aspect of your consciousness. It still plays on those same psychological themes as what happened with Buu and evil Buu before. It's just a little bit different. But I really love it. I also think it's cool that it reveals that the power levels for the Buus are not necessarily set in stone, because like Toriyama even said himself that Buu doesn't understand his own potential. He doesn't even understand how exactly strong he is. And a lot of that is due to the fact that he's not a martial artist, which is the point of Goku training Oob, is that despite the fact that Buu has all of this potential, he doesn't have the understanding that he needs to surpass someone like Buuhan or, a number of characters who are stronger than him. In order for him to reach that next level that he needs to reach, he would have to train as a martial artist. And that's sort of like what this is all leading up to, is Goku taking something that was very similar to him whenever Grandpa Gohan met him as a kid, having it, reincarnating it, and training it himself, which is why Buu slash Oob is such a good follow up to Goku. Like he's a good predecessor for the creator of Earth.
Is there a battle in Journey to the West that's similar to Buu versus Buu? I know we talked about the other Buu versus Buu fight.
Yeah, Wukong versus Wukong. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I know that there's Wukong after Enlightenment and Wukong before Enlightenment.
Yeah, he fights the older evil version of himself exactly like this. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what, like I said, that's what Kid Buu represents. Goku who never hit his head as a kid, with a lot more power, obviously, way more power, dangerous power. So this fat Buu is nowhere near as strong as the true evil Buu, but he's going to do his best to hang in there. And he does connect with some shots. He is still, this fat Buu might not be as strong as the original fat Buu or Kid Buu, but he's definitely got the resilience and he's going to hang in there. He's still strong. So they're fighting. They're going at it, right? And I love Buu versus Buu. I think it's a great fight. I mean, look at that. He ripped off a big chunk of Buu's body, was able to regenerate. And now Goku's like, this is taking way too long. And then he realizes I'm losing energy. And then back to base. What the? Now remember, something very similar happened with Gotenks. Was that foreshadowing to this, Jordan, that Super Saiyan 3 ran out for Gotenks?
I mean, you could probably consider it foreshadowing in the sense that Toriyama is definitely using it as a means to not give Goku an easy win, for sure.
Jordan, let me ask you a question. In Dragon Ball Daima episode 19, when Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta is fighting Goma, what does Goku say about Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta?
That he's not going to last much longer because Super Saiyan 3 drains a lot of energy.
He doesn't say all that, but you're right. He does say that's the reason. He says his Super Saiyan 3 is going to run out.
Yeah, exactly.
But Geekdom, why didn't Vegeta use Super Saiyan 3 and Super?
Yeah.
I've answered that question like literally going back to January, and people still don't fucking want to accept it, bro. Sometimes with this fandom, bro, you give them the truth, and it's like, no, we don't want the truth. No. It's like Trenton that one day with the Goku panel where I literally zoomed all the way in to show him, like, no, I don't care about the reality. I want to just imagine my own Dragon Ball. Everybody has their own Dragon Ball in their head, not the real one. I cover the real Dragon Ball here, bro. I cover the real Dragon Ball here. And meaning what's actually going on. That's why Vegeta doesn't use Super Saiyan 3, because it's not a good form to use for these kind of fights.
Right.
Especially not against somebody with this much stamina. Goku could have never beaten. Goku with a stamina draining form is not going to beat the character with the most stamina in the series. It's literally impossible. It's literally impossible. Yes, Clips, you're right. And you know what that's called? That's called not reading into context clues and having everything spoon-fed to them. That's what that's called. That's what that's called. But anyways, here comes Buu. Now he decapitates Fat Buu, but of course he's okay. And then Fat Buu straight up tells Satan, I don't think I can win this fight, which is something that Goku would say. And fucking Vegeta's like, this is like a game. So now they're all pretty much fucked. They're all tired. They're all worn out. They're all bloodied. Damn it. This never happened to me while dead. I guess Super Saiyan 3 really drains the ki out of a living body.
Yep. And he specifies a living body because he's referencing the fact that he could become more powerful when he was dead. And that's what he was using as the point of reference this entire time against Fat Buu, Kid Buu. Anytime he was like, oh, I could take them out easily, he was thinking about who he was while he was dead in heaven. Whereas here, he's realizing, I'm no longer that. I can't do that anymore. So he never could have.
Thank you. This is Goku realizing that what he said earlier about, oh, I could have beaten the fat Buu in Super Saiyan 3, but I wanted the kids to do something, is wrong. He was wrong. Because here's what would have happened. If Goku fought Majin Buu at Super Saiyan 3, right, and he starts powering up as a dead guy, he starts powering up, what's going to happen? Baba shows up. Hey, Goku, you've been powering up for the last minute and you've drained all of your time here on Earth. You got to go. He couldn't have won, bro. He couldn't have won. Accept it. Just accept it. If people just accept things, it won't be that hard. It won't be that hard. Dai-chan says, I don't understand, my friend. They don't like you because you try to teach people. Did you not listen to what I said earlier about using commas, bro? I don't understand, my friend. They don't like you because you try to teach people. I guess they don't like the truth. Dude, I fucking asked you specifically earlier, please use commas. Let me try and I'll create the commas for you. I don't understand, my friend. They don't like you because you try to teach people. I guess they don't like the truth. Commas, bro. Commas. Look at your keyboard, bro. Right next to the M. Commas. Anyways, they don't like me because I'm very blunt with what I say. I'm very passionate and I'm very blunt. I don't fucking beat around the bush, bro. I just say the truth and just they don't like that. Sometimes I can be a dick about it, but I mean, I admit that, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not dragging. Look at this. He's only reading super chats and now he's dragging this man. I get number one. I guess you weren't here earlier when I was reading other people's chats. Number two, this is an over 3-hour stream now, and you want me to read everyone's fucking chats in the chat, which I can't do because we'll be here for 12 hours. And number three, this is a follow-up to what I said to Dai-chan earlier. And number four, I'm not dragging this man. It's called have a fucking sense of humor. This right here is what Dai-chan's complaining about. You are the guy that Dai-chan's complaining about, bro. Dai-chan, the guy who I'm dragging, is saying this is why they don't like you. Because of people like you, bro. The comments. People like you, dog. So stop being a pussy, bro. Ain't nobody getting dragged. I'm not dragging Dai-chan. I just asked him to leave commas because it's hard to read when someone writes one long thing like that.
Yeah, it's a reasonable request.
Yeah, that's why they exist in our language.
Yeah.
He's dragging this man. He needs to read every chat. If I read every chat one after another, bro, Jordan will be here and I until tomorrow. We're already going overtime. Nah, man, he's only reading super chats. You know what, bro? Excuse me for attending to the paying customers and not ahead of the freeloaders, bro. Excuse me for attending to people who are paying with their hard-earned money versus the freeloaders like you. Get fucked, bro. Get fucked. Stick your little middle finger up your fucking ass till you hit your male G-spot and come and get the fuck off, bro. Go away. So anyways, back to the manga. English might not be his first language. That's okay. English ain't my first language either. You know? Anyways. Dai-chan is working. Well, that's good, bro. And I don't want to interrupt your work. Please do not get fired on account of this stream, all right? I care more about your job than anything with me. Okay. So it's Buu against Buu. Here they go again. Of course, Kid Buu is the stronger, faster one. He starts to just make mincemeat out of Buu. Got him in this chokehold here, pulling him. Mr. Satan's trying to make the save. He gets knocked away. He tries to turn Buu into chocolate. Buu, of course, dodges that because it's not going to work and blasts right through the other Buu and then his head. and then he regenerates, and they keep going. You can tell Toriyama had a good time with this fight because there are a couple of like they're very like, what's the word? Look at this guy, bro. Freeloader. I ain't got to pay to watch if that's what he's saying. Of course, you've just proven and you have the IQ of a child, because clearly that I never once said you have to pay to watch. If you had to pay to watch, I would have made the stream members only. Is this stream members only, Jordan?
Nope.
Okay. So the comments just proved he's a fucking idiot. I was right. I was right. You're a fucking moron, bro. You're a fucking idiot. So look between those ears, buddy. Okay. So again, Toriyama had a good time with this because he could have motherfuckers blowing their heads off, and like he could do stuff like that, and it's fun for him. And look at what Eclipse just wrote. Oh my God, can you believe that, Clips? Oh my God, Clips. How did you figure that out? The biggest mystery has been solved, Clips. How did you figure that out? Man. And also, I do read the chat. Every time that Jordan talks, or every time that I'm not looking at the manga, I can read the chat. I read what's going on in the chat. I just can't respond to everyone, because then we'll be here for 15 fucking hours. Like, fuck, bro. Anyways, they're about to lose. And then Vegeta comes up with an idea. He asked the Kais about the crystal ball. Go to the new planet Namek at once and gather the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible. Why must we do it? Hurry. There's no time to explain. So Vegeta has a plan. So this is the final battle, right? This is the final battle. And Vegeta is the one that came up with the way to win. What do you think about that?
I mean, honestly, I think that this whole thing leads up to basically introducing why Vegeta is still different to Goku. And I don't think that Goku would have ever come up with this plan, because he is just thinking about, getting stronger as a martial artist and fighting Buu. And I think that this really kind of reinforces why Vegeta is important here, because it's funny because Vegeta kind of becomes the voice of reason. At least in the manga. In the anime, it's a little bit different, because he ends up wanting to like kill the Earthlings. Like, he doesn't care if the Earthlings like donate all of their Genki as long as they can all survive the situation. That makes it a little bit different. But I think it's really cool. I think it's awesome that, Vegeta turns out to be the voice of reason at the end of the original Dragon Ball series. I think that that's really cool. But he's only the voice of voice of reason here because their intentions are to survive. There is still a problem that Vegeta has with his character that they kind of highlight here in a minute that separates him from Goku. Whether or not it's bad is kind of like up for interpretation or like subjective. But the one thing that Vegeta has still that makes him not like Goku is his dedication towards essentially judging others to not be worthy of life and basically disrespecting someone who doesn't have something that he considers reminiscent of the pride of the Saiyans. That's the reason that he's perfectly fine with killing Buu here in a few minutes, because he thinks that that's the best thing to do to make sure that they could survive in the future. Whereas Goku's like, nah, I think that we should spare Buu because he's not evil anymore. There is like a philosophical line that's drawn here between Goku and Vegeta that they play on in Super. But I do really like that here, particularly Vegeta is like the tactician and the voice of reason. I do think that that's cool.
The comments, if I wasn't paying attention to the chat, why did I highlight yours 3 times? I'm going to say something to you, buddy, that you should have heard a long time ago because nobody's told you this in your life. Listen to me. You're a fucking moron. Do you understand that? Do you understand? You are stupid. You are stupid. You're not smart. Not even remote, not even a little smart. How can this fucking guy say I'm not paying attention to the chat when I answered him? You're dumb, bro. You're dumb. Now, who's not dumb is Vegeta. And by the way, this is why people hate me, because I straight up call them morons and dumb in the chat. And instead of actually acknowledging them being stupid, they start crying about it like pussies and go around saying that I'm mean. When you literally, you're making up a lie about me. You're making up a lie about me and complaining over something that isn't even true. And I defend myself, and now you're the victim because I called you a moron, even though you are a moron. That's why people don't like me. So, anyways, Vegeta's not a moron. He says, what are you doing? And Vegeta says, Kakarot, how many times have you saved the Earth? Why did you ask me that all of a sudden? How many times was it again? He lost count already. Sometimes you should let the people of Earth take responsibility for themselves. This is a big deal, bro. Jordan, is what he said at all a fact?
No.
Okay. Well, that means that you're a liar, bro, and you're out of here, buddy. You are gone. I gave him a chance, bro.
I know you
and
did.
I gave him multiple chances.
We don't need people like that sabotaging our stream. He needs to
go. And then it's like, well, it's a fact what I said, even though I literally proved him wrong like 5 times.
People are gonna want to go back and rewatch these. We don't need to waste all this time dealing with assholes.
I agree, and I regret that. I regret that over some fucking idiot who's not very smart, who's an idiot. Objectively, it's not. I think you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Like, obviously nobody told him that in his life. The doctors that checked his brain didn't notice all the holes in it and didn't tell him he's an idiot. So they go to Namek, right? And they're like, oh, this is the new planet. Oh, Dende, you're back. You know, everybody's happy. And they recognize the Kaioshin, which, of course, they're all connected because of, you know, the Demon Realm and all that. So they got the Dragon Balls already. I know about the situation. Is this lazy writing from Toriyama? I mean, it could be, but I don't want them to waste all that time hunting Dragon Balls when on Namek, every village has their own Dragon Ball, so they already have them. So why go hunting for them if the villagers already have them? So Vegeta is told they have the 7 Dragon Balls. Call up Porunga at once. We have 2 wishes. We have 2 wishes. First, restore the Earth. Second, bring back everyone who wasn't evil who died after the Budokai. You want us to do that right now? But Dende, Vegeta has a plan as do as he says. So even Goku's like saying, listen to Vegeta. And he's like, what about that 3rd wish? I was like, I don't care. It's up to you. So Vegeta says, wouldn't it be simple if the 2nd wish was revived everyone killed by Buu? And then he says, yeah, but that would bring back Babidi and Dabura as well. Also, the people I killed at the tournament. Vegeta is thinking about the people that he killed. This really is a new guy, bro. This is a new man. That's right. You're smarter than you look. Vegeta, Porunga can only bring 1 person back per wish. But guess what? Don't worry about that. After Frieza, we upgraded Porunga. So now Porunga can do 3 wishes, and they are much more powerful.
Yep. I love how old Kai gets pissed off about it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, he calls them assholes. Yeah. Because they're using the Dragon Balls too much. But they have no choice. They have no choice. Yeah. You know, go ahead, summon him. So we have the Namekian language returning. They summon the balls. What are the 3 wishes? Here's Porunga. And then they ask Purunga to bring back the Earth. Purunga gives the okay. There goes the Earth. Next chapter, what's your second wish? We're going to speed through this. And then the second wish to bring everyone that died that wasn't evil since Babidi came to Earth. They're all going to come back. Meanwhile, Buu is still kicking Buu's ass, as we see here. And I love this, how he breaks off his own arm and then
that's
throws it. Toriyama was having the time of his life. He breaks off his own arm and uses it like a projectile, hits Buu in the face, knocks him away. Do you see that, Kakarot? The fatty's power is dropping. It seems he can get hurt if he fights another Buu. Yeah. So it's not that
his stamina can drop if he fights another Buu is what's being insinuated there.
Right, but it's also another Buu who's a lot stronger.
Yeah,
it ain't just another Buu. So they're running out of time here because the fat Buu's gonna die. And then they're like, okay, everyone's alive. I guess you're not as evil as some people thought you were. Okay, this is a big sign right here. So Vegeta wished that everyone who died, Dende wished that everyone who died at the hands of anyone evil on that day gets brought back, and Vegeta gets brought back. That means that the dragon god Purunga, when Goku says, I guess you're not as evil as some people thought you were, this is a big deal right here, bro.
Well,
you want to talk about it?
Yeah, because a lot of people misunderstand this. So the entire point of the Dragon Balls is that the Dragon Balls are aware of your intentions, meaning that if you don't have pure intentions, it's going to backfire. If you do have pure intentions, you're going to be rewarded. That's how the Dragon Balls work. It's based on the idea of the Philosopher's Stone and a lot of other objects, alchemic objects throughout history. That's where Toriyama is getting his inspiration here. Now, Vegeta is not as evil as he was back in the day, because back in the day he was consciously evil. This plays into the same themes of the Buu Saga in general. Vegeta has evolved from being a consciously evil entity, in terms of remember back whenever we were in the Cell Saga, the Android Saga, I pointed out that pure evil is about Vegeta thinking that he is right to the point of evil. That's what made him pure evil. Now, that still applies in some sense to Vegeta, but Vegeta from this point on is no longer a villain. He is a villain's villain. He is no longer evil in the sense that he wants to hurt good people, but he still wants to hurt evil. So Vegeta still maintains that characteristic of who he is. Like, he's still Vegeta. He's not like Goku in that sense. But what made him an actual villain, what made him actually evil, like his need to hurt innocent people, kind of like what we saw with Majin Vegeta, where he wiped out all those people in the crowd. All that behavior that we saw from Majin Vegeta has been purified from Vegeta at this point. And that's essentially what Purunga is trying to point out here.
Well, it's also what this is validation that Vegeta's arc is actually complete.
Yeah.
This is the moment where Vegeta becomes good. There were some people saying, well, Vegeta became good in the Cell Saga when he helped Gohan. Not entirely. He did end up becoming a family man after that, so he was still on the way, but he still had that anger and that vindictiveness toward Goku, that envy of Goku, and you have to let that go. And when Vegeta was finally able to let go of all of his sins, to let go of the way he felt about Goku and everything else, now the Dragon God judges him, and he's judging him basically like a god would in religion, and says, you are not evil anymore, and grants him his life back. That is a huge fucking deal. And that right there is the conclusion of Vegeta's character arc. He can't go back to being the same guy he was before again.
Yep.
And that's why the Majin Buu saga, even though I might prefer the Cell Saga, the Majin, some of you might like it more. The Majin Buu saga does a lot of things right. I like the beginning and the end the most. These chapters are some of the best stuff Toriyama's ever done. The middle of it's kind of iffy. Well, I can admit that, but the beginning and end are phenomenal. From the Majin Vegeta part all the way to like this final battle, I like it, but I don't love it. This I love. This is like tippy top Dragon Ball, and it really, I think the Buu Saga is needed to really complete the story. Because what did Vegeta say? How many times have you saved the Earth? I don't know. Maybe it's time that they fucking help for once.
They save themselves, yeah.
Yeah.
This arc really
centers
around. This arc really, in a very interesting way, discusses the nature of humanity. I mean, we had the part where they were killing B, running around murdering people, and now you've got this scene, this hilarious scene where they refuse to help until Mr. Satan speaks up.
We're gonna get there, yeah. Yeah, we're almost there. So Justin says, he says it's funny that the spirit bomb be used against Majin Buu, considering that we hadn't seen that move at this point since the fight with Frieza. Right, in the manga and in the movies, they did bring it back a couple times, but you're right. In the manga, we didn't see it since then. Oh, wait, I think I posted the wrong super chat. Because he wrote 2. Are there 2 or are there 1? Okay, I'm missing a super chat here. Is this the one? Okay, what Dan did to the comments was like Gandalf telling Balrog, "You shall not pass," and then dropping him to the pit. I just want to make it clear. I gave that guy like 4 chances to leave me the fuck alone. And he kept fucking saying that what he was saying was facts and that I was a liar. So I had to ban him. But don't ever think that I'm a dick. I gave that motherfucker 4 chances to leave me the fuck alone and showed evidence that I was reading the chat.
You were more merciful than I was. I would have banned him immediately.
And yet he continued. No, but like this idea that I'm a dick, I'm not a fucking dick. I gave that guy plenty of chances and he wouldn't stop. So he's banned. I don't like to ban people, bro, but fuck. I don't have time for your bullshit. Your fucking 9-year-old bullshit. So everyone's back to life, including our heroes. You know, a lot of people say, like, why didn't they just warp Ultimate Gohan there to kill Kid Buu? That would have been something. That would have been the ending that, like, Bishar would have liked.
A lot of people would like,
Yeah. And then right here, it even gets brought up. I know you revive Gohan and Gotenks so they can help fight Buu. Goku's like, no, it's time. Get ready. It's time to use the Genki Dama. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. The Genki Dama? Did you really say that? Is that what you've come up with? And he's like, it wouldn't work even if everyone on Earth gave a little energy. This is what I meant when I said that the Earthlings need to take responsibility for themselves. It won't be just a little bit of energy. You'll try to get as much energy as possible.
So here's something that's very interesting that I was waiting for him to say that specific line before I pointed.
Which one? This panel right here?
This is what I meant when I said the Earthlings need to take responsibility for themselves. Do you know who else said that in the original Dragon Ball?
Didn't like Kami say that?
Yes. Vegeta is literally uttering the words of Kami himself. And it's like, you know, it really is. It really
That's right, because of Piccolo. That's right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is alluding to something that Kami discussed with Goku all the way back in the original Dragon Ball. Kami wants the Earthlings to be able to solve their own problems. That's the entire point of mortal development under Kami's eyes and his guide is he wants to guide the mortals to the point that they can take care of themselves, defend themselves, and extend their own life. Now, he considers Goku the perfect example of the type of mortal that he wants to create on Earth. We find that back on the original Dragon Ball. So this is almost like Vegeta expecting everybody on Earth to be more like Goku, which is very interesting.
Well, we're going to get to what happens, and obviously you in the chat already know, but we're going to break that down. But I always like how another misnomer from people is Goku doesn't really have an arc in Dragon Ball Z. that his arc ended in Dragon Ball. No. Part of his arc did end when he married Chi-Chi and won the tournament. Yes, that arc was closed. He became the strongest in the world. That's true. But there's another arc in Dragon Ball Z, and that is Goku in the Saiyan saga being the hero that everybody needed. And then in the Frieza saga, being the hero that everyone needed on a galactic level and also accepting his Saiyan roots. When we get to the Cell saga is really all about the next generation. And we know that for a couple different reasons, because Gohan and Trunks, the two main characters of the history of Trunks, which Toriyama did write in manga. We covered it, Jordan and I.
Yep.
They are the last two survivors because they represent the next generation. So the Cell Saga is all about fathers and their sons, Vegeta and Goku, Gohan and Trunks, right? And the idea is we have to pass the torch to the next generation. Who kills Cell in the Cell Saga? Gohan kills Cell, and then Trunks kills Cell. And yes, Krillin killed Cell too in the science lab, but that's not the same Cell. Yeah. So the idea is these are going to be the heroes. The future timeline hero will be Trunks. The main timeline hero will be Gohan. Then when we get to the Buu Saga, Goku is continuing the theme of the next generation, but now it's more so everyone needs to help. And so Goku realizes through Vegeta that everyone needs to help.
Yep.
So, yeah. Justin says, how did Vegeta learn the name of the Genki Dama? That's not even like a dumb question. I don't recall. Did Goku ever say the name out loud?
He told Krillin about it when they first met and he first used it against Vegeta.
Did he?
But I don't think that Vegeta could have heard that though. Like
he heard Kaioken.
Yeah, I don't think he could have heard that conversation between Krillin and Goku, but he did talk about it in the Saiyan saga. But
that might be a small plot hole.
Yeah,
a small one, or maybe Vegeta saw it from the other world when the Frieza saga. I don't know, or maybe Goku just told him one day, "Yeah, I learned this." Yeah. It's not really a big plot hole because I can see Goku telling him like, I know this. Dutch Moon says top favorite songs from Kikuchi score. The Genki Dama theme, that dun 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 dun. I like that one.
That is good.
I love the theme for Car and Tower. It's only an original Dragon Ball. The one that's like dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh yeah, that's probably one of my favorites too.
It's
the ones that you're naming are probably my favorites. So
and then the Tao Pai Pai team. The Tao Pai Pai theme. Yeah,
it's really good.
I like that one, and then of course the Piccolo theme. Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, those are my favorites, bro. What about you?
Basically what you said.
He's like, I want to finish the stream so I can get out of here. That's what he's really saying. Okay. So the wishes are made. Vegeta's basically saying, don't worry about it. Do whatever you want. And then I will speak to the whole world. And then Goku's like, let me do that. It's my technique. And I love this cameo from Kaio. That's Vegeta for you, choosing my Genki Dama as the coup de grace. You can speak to the whole universe if you want. And I love that because
the way he draws levels there, it's so funny.
I just love that Kaio gets some shine here for something he did like forever ago. Yeah. And it's so beautiful, dude, that he like this arc wraps up. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, The Cell Saga might be a better arc, but this, I think, is probably a better ending when it comes to ending the entire saga. Not
Yeah,
the
it's got
Gohan
stuff from
arc.
everything from all of Dragon Ball. Yeah.
Not the Gohan arc, not the Vegeta arc, not the Goku arc. The entire story gets wrapped up here. And they reference things from the entire story. And then Vegeta talks to the Earth. And well, first Goku does, and he's basically saying you were killed by Buu. We need you guys to help out. And then Mr. Satan once again is still saying it's a dream. And they're like, and then Vegeta's telling him there's a warrior fighting Buu for on all of your behalf. We need your help. We see cameos here of Earthlings. We see Krillin and Bulma. And then even Kaio is like, I don't know if that's going to work. So then Vegeta or Goku smiles and he's like, all right, rips off his front part of his gi and starts to gather the energy. Then everyone, all the people we know, put up their hands. Gohan, Piccolo. And by the way, I know someone's going to say this, so I'm going to debunk it before I say it. But Geekdom, isn't Ultimate Gohan's ki enough for the Spirit Bomb to kill Buu since he's more powerful than Buu? Once again, because this is the problem with the translation. This is not the dub's fault, although the dub does bear some guilt in this. The Genki Dama is not ki. Ultimate Gohan is way stronger than Kid Buu. I think that's safe to say. It doesn't matter. Goku does not want your ki. He wants your Gen ki. Gen ki is health energy. It's not just regular energy. That's why there are limitations to how much Genki you can donate. So when Gohan puts his arm up, he's not giving him just energy. He's giving him Genki for the Genki Dama because there is no regular ki. There is, but not for that technique. This is the problem with translations. And it's not all the dub's fault. It's just translation issues. And the thing is already big. And then a lot of humans don't want to help because they don't like the voice they heard. And Vegeta decides, well, maybe I should yell at them more. And then he does. He yells at them more. Hey, idiots, do you want Buu to kill you again? Hurry up and save the planet. And then they're like, this guy, he's no good. Should we try it, though? And they're like, oh, these people, they don't like being yelled at. And then meanwhile, Buu is getting destroyed. And they're like, he's going to die. He's taking too much punishment from this Buu. And then Satan wants to jump in, but Kid Buu sees him. And then guess what? He sees the Genki Dama. And then now there's a problem because now Buu sees what Goku is up to. And this is why they couldn't do the fusion pose. This is why Dende couldn't have gone there to rescue them. Because the minute that Kid Buu sees what's going on, he's going to want to jump in and stop it. So here he comes. And then Vegeta's like, okay, I'll do what I can to hold him off temporarily. Right. And then I like how, so when he does this, Kid Buu, is this a reference to the fact that Vegeta always gets his arm broken? And is that what it's like a fourth wall breaking joke?
Yeah, I mean, I think it kills the tension a little bit, but I actually like it because it's kind of needed at this point. Like okay, so let me tell you why. It's almost as if they're setting it up to guaranteed kill Kid Buu. And if you don't have Kid Buu like show up and do this, it just seems like everything's too set in stone. So this kind of helps reinvigorate the tension of the situation.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Vegeta is getting toe up. People of Earth, I'm begging you, lend me your energy. We need you to help us. And then here we have maybe this is why. Listen to me.
Yeah.
This is why this is a more appropriate ending to Dragon Ball. Not Z, not the Vegeta arc, not the Gohan arc, to the entire Dragon Ball story. This is the most appropriate ending because we are now seeing characters that we have not seen literally in years. Years. Because remember, the anime may have shown some filler stuff with these characters, but Toriyama, some of these characters have not been touched since the OG, since he first drew them. We have Upa and Bora. They recognize Goku. And then we have 17 making his cameo. Now, originally, Toriyama said he was going to put lunch here, and then he changed it for 17. And people think that Toriyama like forgot about 17 or forgot about lunch, but that's not what happened. But we're not done. We've got Penguin Village here. Well, not Penguin Village, the Northern Village. I wish it was Penguin Village. The Northern Village, which is a Hachan, Ader, and a grown-up Snow, bro. This is the first time we see Snow as a fully formed adult. You have any thoughts on this?
I think it's awesome. I think it really does kind of reveal that Toriyama was thinking about the entire series when he was doing this, and he was trying to factor in everything and make this like an actual like conclusion to all of Dragon Ball. So seeing all these characters, like especially Snow, because she hasn't been around since literally OG Dragon Ball. So yeah, it's really cool.
Neither has Upa and Bora in the manga.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these characters haven't. And Snow hasn't been around since that arc. So it's beautiful because again, we're seeing so many like cameos of characters from the past. Like everything is going. This finale borrows from a lot of other aspects of Dragon Ball. Buu versus Buu is like Kami versus Piccolo. Goku's fighting an evil version of himself if he never hit his head. Vegeta had to go through his arc becoming more like Goku. There's just so many things that this arc encompasses, right?
Yep.
That it's so powerful. You know what I mean? That they like it's a more powerful ending than the Cell Saga. The Cell Saga is a great ending, but here is the real ending. And he only got a little bit more. Satan is looking around. He's seeing Vegeta get pummeled. And then he's like, everyone, hurry and help. And Mr. Satan realizes that these people aren't helping. Now, in the manga, I remember Mr. Satan says something to the effect. I'm sorry, in the anime, he said something to the effect of, "This is not a dream. This is a very scary reality." And then so he has his character arc when he realizes that
he's been such a coward this whole time, and now he expects the Earthlings to be what he's refused to be the entire series and step up and try and take down this villain. It really is like an ultimate character arc for him too. That's true.
And then he is the one that says, "Why aren't you helping? Answer the man. It's Mr. Satan." And everyone's like, "Mr. Satan's the one fighting Buu?" That's right. Lend me your energy so I beat up Buu. I had no other choice. They wouldn't listen otherwise. Besides, it'll still help us beat Buu. Now, everyone on Earth, all the people that believed in Mr. Satan, because he lied about Cell, we're tying everything back together, have now put up their hands for Mr. Satan. I'm sorry, but that motherfucker right there is the real hero of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, this ending is awesome just for that. Like basically taking that aspect of the Cell Saga and using it in this way is awesome. It's just absolutely
having Gohan just show up and one-shot Kid Buu would have been boring. Having Vegeta one-shot Kid Buu would have been boring. Those endings would have been stupid. The fact that the final four fighters are Goku, Vegeta, Majin Buu, and Mr. Satan It's like the Odd Couple times 4. You know, it's like a sitcom with those 4 characters.
Yep.
And the fact that now, where have you heard this before? Where have you heard this before? People have their hands up all over the earth and they're chanting Satan, Satan. They are chanting for Mr. Satan. Where have I heard somewhere before that Satan deceived the earth? That sounds familiar, man. I don't know.
Yeah. That is definitely Christian theology for sure.
Satan deceived the earth. By the way, I pointed this out in a video I put out in 2016. I still haven't seen any of these so-called intellectual Dragon Ball tubers with writers. Haven't seen a single one point that out. But what do I know? Again, what do I know? The whole world is chanting Satan, Satan, because Satan so deceived the world. But Toriyama is doing the inverse, where they're using Mr. Satan's deception to beat a demon. Ain't that a motherfucker?
Yep.
So here we have the giant globs of sperm, because that's what it looks like, flying and flowing into Goku. Vegeta's getting toe up again. And Satan is still... Satan is worried about what's going on. Then Goku gets the energy. And then we have this massive, like, huge galactic Genki Dama. It's a massive Genki Dama, bro. And then is Vegeta, get out of the way. And then Buu turns and he sees it. And even he is worried. There's Buu's face right there. So the technique is ready to go. He fires a blast on Goku. Goku takes the shot, is in pain. And then Satan, first of all, Goku says, "Great job, Satan. You truly are the savior." For once, Mr. Satan actually fucking did. Mr. Satan actually fucking did the right thing. And his deception actually was good. You truly are the savior of the world. It's right there. He fires the blast. Drop dead, you bastard. The blast is coming in. And then what happens is Majin Buu is so strong, because people say some shit like, "Oh, well, Majin Buu died over a spirit bomb, but Frieza survived." Did Frieza, Jordan, did Frieza bounce the spirit bomb back to Goku? Did that happen?
Nope.
Okay. Majin Buu is so powerful. He's able to take a galactic Genki Dama. See, I like when fans point out plot holes that actually make perfect sense, because, they're stupid. Pay attention. Pay attention. The theme of this stream is pay attention to what you're reading. Don't just read it mindlessly. Buu fires back the blast at Goku. He is so strong, he was able to send it back to Goku. And then meanwhile, we have cameos from Enma, King Yema, Lord Enma, cheering Goku on. And now, this is where Goku says, "I'm out of power. I can't do jack shit." And then Dende realizes he wants to restore Goku's power. So, because Goku asked for it. So Goku asked the dragon Goku asked Dende to ask the dragon to regenerate Goku to max power. He does it. And then Goku's like, "I'm filled with vitality." And then in the anime and in the manga, now, I don't know if this is in the dub. It's probably not, because they have to change everything. But Goku says in English, "Thank you, Dragon Ball." He says, "Thank you, Dragon Balls." How is this not the end of the manga, bro? If you're literally having the main character thank the MacGuffin. he's not just thanking the Dragon Balls for this. He's thanking the Dragon Balls for all the other times they used them to bring back his dead friends, his dead family members, to solve problems. This is a massive, massive, massive deal. You have something to add?
Yeah, this basically just reinforces the themes of the ending of the original Dragon Ball, where Kami and Roshi are talking about how, if Kami didn't create the Dragon Balls, they never would have, all met and become what they had become in that era. So yeah, it is basically a callback to the original ending of the original Dragon Ball, which is really cool.
So now Goku sends it back, and then there's the Goku speech. You were amazing. You've really done your best all by yourself. Talking about Buu. I hope that next time you'll be reborn as a good guy. I want to fight a one-on-one match with you. I'll be waiting for you, and I'll get super strong for you. See ya soon. He says see ya.
I
think
actually think that line is the reason Dragon Ball Super is called Dragon Ball Super.
Wait, which line? The see you soon or the bottom
or
one? Or
I will get super strong for you, because like the entire thing is supposed to be between here and the time that he meets Oob. So it's almost like all of Super is him preparing to fight Oob and getting stronger, which is cool.
I mean, that's what it was retconned to be.
Yeah.
Because originally nothing happened. Remember, Jordan, during those 10 years, nothing happened.
Nothing happened, yeah.
We're going to get there. And then this is it. Majin Buu can't hold this one back. He's destroyed on a subatomic level. He's dead. The fight is over. Goku gives the thumbs up, and we are at the end. Chapter 517, the grand finale, and then we have the celebration. Majin Buu has been killed. The world is chanting Satan, Satan. Mr. Satan actually thanks the earth, which is very kind of him. He said, because of your help, the terrible Buu is no more. At last, his reign of terror has come to an end. I really like the fact that Mr. Satan actually gives credit to the world. That's kind of cool, bro. Like, it's not just taking credit himself. And then she's, of course, irritated by it. But it was obviously everyone helping. They go pick it up. They go to pick up everyone. And then they see the fat Majin Buu. And Vegeta wants to kill him. But they're like, no, this is not evil. This is my friend Buu. And then they realize that, yeah, you know what? He's not so bad. He did fight the Kid Buu. And then, Vegeta straight up tells them, or Goku tells Vegeta, this Buu and Mr. Satan, tried to help us. Without
this
their help,
is what separates Goku and Vegeta, even after Vegeta's character development, and this is what Super plays on all the time. Like, even whenever Vegeta was fighting Frieza,
Karma.
Yeah, this right here is the one thing that Vegeta will never change on. He will become like Goku in terms of having like a healthy, sportsman-like mentality, but he will always destroy villains that he preemptively that he thinks are going to be a danger to him and his family, whereas Goku is more likely to spare them so he can fight them later. And that's always what defines the difference between Goku and Vegeta is Vegeta has no mercy. He does not care. If you're going to endanger his family, he wants you gone. Whereas Goku, he wants you to try and develop yourself as a martial artist. That's the difference.
I watched this video the other day that a buddy of mine showed me. I might send it over to you, actually. I don't want to get too into this, but this conversation reminded me of this video I watched. The video is called How I Forgave the Killer of My Son. It's a video that was played in my friend's church about this cop whose son was gunned down and murdered. And when he went to court, when the murderer was caught and he went to court, he looked at the murderer's face and started crying because for some reason he couldn't hate him. And the whole video is about how he, after years, he wrote a letter to the criminal, and the letter to the criminal was like basically him saying, I forgive you for what you've done. Which, by the way, that's something that I don't even think, if somebody kills my son, bro, I'll never forgive you. But this is a powerful video. And the old man writes this letter to this convict, and the convict starts crying and writes him a letter back like, I prayed to God for forgiveness. I never thought you would actually give it to me. And then fast forward a few years, the convict adopts the criminal as his son, a part of his family, and they still write to each other. And I watched that video and I was just like, that is one of the craziest stories I've ever heard.
Yeah.
99% of people couldn't do that. And
People think it takes a lot of strength to kill your enemies, but it takes even more strength to forgive your enemies.
But think about that, bro. That's just his son, dude. Like, fuck.
Really
and he was 21 years old. Justin says that was a hell of a way to end the final battle. Goku managed to defeat the literal embodiment of evil and did it with the help of his friends and everyone on Earth, even if they don't know that. Yeah, bro. And you know what? Maybe the prosecution was able to defeat the embodiment of evil Diddy, but I'm sure we'll find out later this week what really happened. So, yeah, I saw that video and I was just like, damn, bro.
Yeah, that
like,
sounds intense.
It's crazy. So, but this right here is like, yeah, he's not so bad. And they're like, we're going to have to hide Buu and then use the Dragon Balls to erase everyone's memories of Buu, which they do end up doing. And then, you know, and then Goku's like, I want to eat and sleep a lot. They all go back to the sacred realm. There's a big reunion there. We get to see all these characters reunited. Satan sees Videl. This arc was only 3 days in universe, but it was many chapters and like 91 episodes or some shit like that, like 88 episodes. And Videl and Gohan are reunited. Trunks is reunited with his family. Toriyama uses these box panels to show like every character one by one, even Yamcha, Oolong, Tenshin Han, Kaio, everyone who ever helped out is shown here. The Namekians, Kaio, Karin, Yajirobe, every character who's ever been a part of this story, who's ever helped Goku, is here. Everyone. And then it ends with a bigger panel of Goku. This is the end. He couldn't do another arc after this.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't. So now we skip ahead 10 years. The world regarded Mr. Satan and was an ultra superhero 6 months later. Although the memories of Buu were erased, almost everyone's mind, they still knew that Satan had saved them from something horrendous. Now, it doesn't say here that it was 10 years of peace, but it's implied and said I think in the anime they say it.
Yeah.
So now we have teen Trunks and an older adult Gohan. And that goes to the final chapter of Dragon Ball, chapter 518, after 10 years. Then Toriyama takes time to draw the cast 10 years later. Of course, Goku and Vegeta look the same. Bulma's older. Trunks is
Goten
grown
looks
up.
just like what's his face from Dr. Slump. The Chinese family, their oldest son. I'm trying to remember his name. He looks just like him.
Yeah, Mr. Satan is older. And Boo, or he calls it Bay, but it's supposed to be B, the dog. Videl and Gohan are now married. Yamcha, Muten Roshi with new glasses. Krillin and 18's daughter, Pan, which is a new character. He even says Gohan and Videl's daughter. Dende and Piccolo didn't change much, which, yeah. Here they are, and now Bulma's like,
Goku's out there sparring with Goten and Trunk and Vegeta and Bulma show up. They talk about how they haven't seen Goku in forever.
Yeah, and Bulma's like, 4 years I haven't seen you. Well, wait a minute. Dragon Ball Super Broly is within that 4 year. Oh, wait. Oh, Wait. So is Super not canon, Jordan? What do you think?
I just think, well, like I said before, Toriyama specifically said himself that if he was ever going to redo anything in Dragon Ball, he would do it in between the Buu Saga and this ending. I don't think he cares whether or not it actually
I don't
really
think he
lines
cares.
up.
He doesn't
Yeah.
care. No, you're right. You nailed it. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Toriyama probably had somebody tell him, but sir, Bulma said that she hasn't seen Goku in 4 years or 5 years. And he was like, okay. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Retcons, bro. Retcons. Some translations have 4 years, some have 5. Ultimately, the events of Broly and the events of Superhero took place during that time period. Toriyama, see, he says Toriyama is careless about canonicity.
You mean continuity? Yeah.
Or canonity. Yeah. He doesn't, yeah, the Japanese just don't care that much about canon. It's a Western idea from the Bible. So this is where Vegeta reveals that Saiyans age differently, and Kakarot reveals he's going to be in the tournament, and he's like, yeah. And he's like, why do you have to enter now? And then he's like, an incredible fighter is coming. And he doesn't sense the power. And then he's like, oh no, he's stronger than anyone. We just don't know yet. But he's incredibly strong. So Goku just knows. We obviously find out later on what's going on. So this is basically the introduction of Pan. And we see that Pan and Goku have a very nice relationship as grandfather to granddaughter.
Yep.
They go to the tournament. There's a lot more in the anime. Mr. Satan has been winning all the tournaments by having Buu beat everybody and then drop the fight to Satan. In exchange, Satan has been giving Majin Buu, having Majin Buu live the life of luxury and giving him all the food he wants to eat forever. So Buu doesn't have to turn anybody into candy when he's getting all this food for free.
Yeah.
I like it. I love it, in fact.
Yeah, and then they tell Mr. Satan that they're going to let him win the tournament because they're buddies now.
Yeah, but then Goku says there's someone at the tournament besides us and Buu that might be a challenge. And then he's like, okay, I'll do what I can. And so they're all there. They're not really competing.
I think it's interesting that Gohan says that he would rather be competing in the tournament. I think that's also really interesting.
Yeah, and that and that to me, I think that tells me that maybe what happened in Superhero is gonna stick.
Yeah. Yep.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, he basically gave Gohan his missing arc with Superhero, which is interesting.
Hold on. I'm fucking with somebody in the server. Anyways, all right. You'll see it when you go in there. Hold on. I got a super chat here from K Cruiser. This just came in. I cannot look at adult Goten's design and not think he has an electric guitar hiding in Chi-Chi's garage. It is such a radically different design. He looks weird. This man said, is there a weirdo in the server? Yeah. Is there not a weirdo is what you should be asking, bro. But what do you think about Goten at the end of Z versus Goten in GT, who's like a pimp? I love GT Goten.
I think with GT, they tried to play on the whole country boy, city boy thing with Trunks and Goten, where Goten became more of a city boy on purpose because he was raised in the country. Same thing with Trunks. Trunks wanted to get away from the city and explore alien environments and stuff like that. So I think that they like really focused on that for the theme of each of those characters. But I actually really kind of prefer like, you know, his portrayal, his latest portrayal. His portrayal here is fine, but I'm not a big fan of his portrayal in GT, to be honest.
I mean, I think it's funny, but that's about as far as it goes. You know,
Yeah.
It's and somebody made a really good point here. This was probably a happy accident, but Pale Gray says he has Guinea's hair.
Yeah, it's
That's a good
definitely a happy
point.
accident, but it's awesome.
That's a great point. So genetically, it would make some sense.
Yeah.
You know? But I agree with K Cruiser. It is a radically different look. So we have here Goku, Vegeta, Pan, Goten, Trunks, and a bunch of new fighters like Captain Chicken. And the way it works is going to be a one-on-one single elimination tournament, and the winner fights Mr. Satan at the end. And then they still don't know which one it is. Then Toriyama lays out all the characters. The 12 finalists: Vegeta, Goku, Buu, Trunks, Pan, Goten, Kirano, Mokeko, Oob, Captain Chicken, Knock, and Butch. Now, obviously, the minute you see Oob, it's Buu spelled backwards. So that's the dead giveaway. But Toriyama doesn't make it super obvious. And so he asked Buu to use his magic like what Chaozu did.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what Chaozu did to fight
this is
Buu.
a huge callback to OG Dragon Ball. It's awesome.
Yeah, and I love it. And then he realizes it's this kid. And even Buu, I mean, obviously Buu, we know that in Super, Buu and Oob do meet each other because Oob helped against Moro.
Yeah.
But even Buu here kind of knows what's up because he can recognize himself. You know what I mean? Like, you know. Now, here's the explanation. 10 years ago, when the evil Buu died, I made a wish that he would be reborn as a good guy and that we would fight in a one-on-one match with him. There's actually a translation issue here I want to get to. That seems that Lord Enma heard my wish and made it happen. He did not make a wish with the Dragon Balls. That is not what happened.
It's just a proclamation of his intentions and what he would like.
Correct. He went to King Yema and said, is there any way you can take the evil Majin Buu and put his spirit in a good person and have him have the same potential, but not evil? And he was able to do it.
Yep.
And that shows how strong he is. And then Vegeta's like, this is the reincarnation of Buu? No doubt about it. Justin Sullivan says, so hold it. After Majin Buu died, he was given the Disney live-action treatment and reincarnated as a black man. And they say Frieza is the Dragon Ball Uncle Ruckus. Bro, I ain't touching that one, bro. I ain't touching that one. I love that joke, but I ain't touching it, bro. I love it. Just know between you and I love it. So I like what Oob says here, what he's thinking. He says, maybe my mom is right. Even though I'm the strongest in my village, there are still stronger guys out there. Yeah, like Goku learned. What should I do? I said that if I won, I'll get lots of food to go back to my village. Next time on Dragon Ball, something's going to happen. Now, just what will be happening, may you ask? Don't get your hopes up too much. Wait for it. That's from Toriyama himself. So this is the final chapter, chapter 519, Bye-Bye Dragon World. That is the this is the
by the way, this green gi is colored green because that's Toriyama's favorite color. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, it's blue in the anime, but this is the finale right here.
Yeah.
A long time ago, this story that began with a brief encounter has at last arrived at the present day. From now on, you'll have to see things with your own eyes. So please take a look. It would be quite fun. Therefore, this is the final chapter. Toriyama announces to the world, this is the final chapter. This is it. You were right. It was a 4-hour stream. I didn't expect it. We're not going to have much to talk about here because there isn't too much to say. But they're getting ready to fight. Vegeta knocks this guy away because he's basically insulting. And that's it. He's out. Like, that one fight is already over. And now the Budokai is about to begin. It's Pan against this big guy, Butch. That's not Butch. That's the other guy. They're all worried, and then we see Pan totally kick his ass. Now, this right here, there's a reason why Pan is dressed like that. So there's a reason why Pan is dressed like that. This scene is a mirror of Goku's first tournament when he entered it against a bunch of adults and kicked their ass. Right? Yep. That's what this is. So they're mirroring exactly what happened in the original chapters because Pan is very much another new Goku, the next Goku. That's why she gets along with Goku so well. And here Pan is straight up doing the bow, which we see Goten do and Goku, the martial artist bow. So it's a piece of cake. So here comes the young boy from the tropical island, Oob, and he's going against Goku. So he's got to obviously lower his power. And then Goku starts to get Oob mad. He's talking trash about him. He talks about his mom who shit her pants. And he starts to
This is the page that I always post when people say that Goku matured over time.
I mean, he did. But
he's still his childish self, though. At the end of the day, you know.
Always.
Yeah.
This guy said, "Is the manga in the manga? This is a shorter fight, huh?"
Oh
brother, we hold on. We have done 42 streams. Have you not realized that every single fight in Dragon Ball is shorter in the manga?
Yeah,
every single one. He's like, wait a minute, this fight is short, unlike the others. Brother, every fight in the manga is shorter. So it's just a different medium to read this. So Goku's still taunting him. Again, being childish. You know.
And this is where we see that Oob unleashes his latent potential, his latent power in a very similar way to the Saiyans. He taps into his inner Kid Buu, his inner, rage or whatever, and that's how he can tap into his latent power, very similar to the Saiyans. Which again, I can kind of see what Toriyama was thinking here. It really does kind of set up Oob to be like the perfect second Goku, and Kid Buu is kind of like his great ape. It's like his inner great ape that he has to like tame and like control. So it is kind of appropriate what he did here in that sense. And it really does call attention to the fact that that's what Toriyama was thinking with Kid Buu as well. So
yep, because this is a good Kid Buu. He's not a monster. He's not sadistic. Goku and him start brawling it out. Oob is getting more and more mad, and then Goku busts out the flight. And then Goku's like, "Oh, you never learned how to fly." And that's when Goku's like, "You need a martial arts instructor. I want to see how strong you are. You're just as strong as I thought you are. I thought you were. I'm impressed, but you don't know how to use this power of yours. You've never fought like this, right?" He's like, "I'm gonna go to your place to train you, but I can't do that. We need for the prize money." And he's like, "No sweat. I'll get some of the prize money from Mr. Satan. He made loads from being a hero. But don't be shy. Soon you're going to be the one protecting Earth." He tells him that straight up. You're going to be the one protecting Earth. But wait here. But I'm going to live with and train with him. I don't know how long I'll take, but I'll visit you sometime. People seem to think that Goku like left his family forever. And that's not even
visit them at any point. And Pan, any of them can visit him at any point. He can visit them at any point. This chapter,
he can teleport.
Yeah, the previous chapter literally starts with Pan flying around the Earth and bragging about it. Like it'd be so easy for them to see each other. It's just like, But anyway, that's besides the point.
Goku abandons his family, bro. He's just gonna go train the kid for a little while, bro. Come on. DM Ripper says, "Gentlemen, it's been an honor and a privilege. Thanks for the streams. It has been an honor and a privilege. I had a good time with it." Justin says, "Everyone, out of the jokes I made throughout the Mangalorian, which one was your favorite?" The Jared Fogle was my favorite from this stream. As far as all of them, there's a lot, bro. You were, I think, at your peak during the second form cell. I think second form cell was your best work. What do you think, Jordan?
If I can remember all your jokes, I would tell you, but I don't remember all of them. So I agree with Danny, though. I do think that some of your jokes around that era were funny.
I think that was because everything was like on point back then. He was delivering, huge shots one after another. Maybe the chat should chime in, and he definitely was the MVP of the streams. That's for sure when it comes to super chats. And trust me, all of that's very much appreciated, bro. Especially during this Dragon Ball drought. Like, it's very much appreciated. And then Goku and Oob gets on Goku's back. They leave. They're all like, what is he doing? They're all confused. And then Piccolo says, I've never seen him this happy in a while. What?
Yeah, and Vegeta says this isn't just about protecting Earth, basically saying this is also about Goku getting his fix as a martial artist as well.
Right. And then Oob, after you complete your training, let's fight like that again. Got it. That's my real plan. Yeah, because Goku wants a new opponent. How about I give you something neat, Kintone? And he calls. This is a callback to the very beginning of the series.
Roshi gave it to him.
We have not seen the Nimbus, the Kintone, since fucking the Saiyan saga.
Yep.
That's it. That's the last time. And he lets Oob, who is pure of heart, ride on it. So Oob is the new Goku. And we have this beautiful panel here. This is the alternate ending. The original ending isn't. The alternate ending is this one because Toriyama redrew this. This is the new Toriyama ending. Where but I love it. It's literally what we're talking about. This is supposed to mirror the beginning of the series.
Yep.
Goku and Oob. Oob is the beginning.
Purified by his evil by Grandpa Gohan. Oob is purified of his evil by Goku. All thanks to martial arts. It's like a never-ending cool cycle.
It's the ongoing cycle. Goku and his friends have had some glorious adventures, but I'm afraid this is all we can show you. There'll surely be more trouble along the way, but somehow they'll get through it and the Dragon Balls will be there for them. Thank you and goodbye. We have this final shot of the cast, and then this is... People seem to not like this. Sooner or later, I will defeat you.
Same reason that you don't, that you acknowledge, like they don't get it,
Yeah, but I don't think this is even like a bad thing. I think it's just Vegeta. Yeah, I mean, Vegeta still wants to overcome Goku, which means that by this point he probably came close and did overcome him. But then Goku overcame him again.
Yeah, he wants to fight him. Look, here's what people miss about this scene. This will be like the last thing that you guys can hear from me in terms of the Mangalorian, because this is something that I've acknowledged before.
Well, we gotta do final thoughts, but yeah.
Vegeta is there at the World Martial Arts Tournament, willingly fighting Goku in a world martial arts setting. That is supposed to be more definitive of Vegeta's character development than this statement, okay? The fact that Vegeta was willing to join this tournament and play by the rules is basically like fixing what he went through in the Buu Saga. It is a form of character development. The fact that he was even willing to participate at all is a form of character development. So people just read into this line too much. But yeah.
There's actually a good point in the chat here. Pale Green says that he thinks if Vegeta was smiling, it'd be better. That's a good point. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the end. We see the cast there, and Toriyama in 1995 would wrap up the manga. He would still be working on, he would help out with the early parts of GT, and he would still contribute for a little bit here and there. What happened after was he took a long break. He came back to redo the Kanzenban in 2004. He would appear once in a while to do little things here and there. But after Dragon Ball ended, that was the end of Toriyama's full-time run as a manga author.
Yeah.
No more weekly manga until 2013 when he dropped Jocko the Galactic Patrolman, which was a short 13 chapter manga, but it was 13 weeks, and Toriyama put one out every week. So I think it was every week. So that was, and we are gonna cover that on a future Mangalorian bonus episode. We are gonna cover Jocko, and because that is part of the Dragon Ball story.
Yeah.
So Vegeta still being a dick is the only thing I hate about him in Super. When was he a dick in Super, bro?
I don't know, bro.
Go back to what I said about an hour ago, brother. So of course, what would happen was Toriyama would come back and help write the Yo Son Goku special, and he would come back to work on little projects here and there and do drawings, but he really wouldn't come back for a full project until he decided to come back and help with Battle of Gods. And later, of course, he wrote Resurrection F, Broly, and Superhero, and wrote a manuscript for what would become Dragon Ball Super's different arcs. And then he would, of course, oversee Daima. But unfortunately, Toriyama passed away months before Daima was actually shown on television. So he didn't get to see the finished product, at least not on Earth. But and right now we're kind of just waiting to see where Dragon Ball goes, if it has a future. So, but let's go back to this is the end of the original true Dragon Ball. First of all, Jordan, now that we've gone through it, what do you think about the Buu Saga manga version?
I love it. I've always loved it. I've always had a very controversial take on it in comparison to most Dragon Ball YouTubers and content creators and stuff like that. It is one of my favorite arcs. I love it. I think it's like a huge love letter to the series. I think that's what its intentions were. I think whenever they took a little bit of the creative pressure off of Toriyama in terms of his editors berating him all the time, I think they kind of knew that Toriyama was about done. And I think that this entire thing, the entire arc in itself, was intended by the end, maybe not the beginning, but by the end, to be like a love letter to the entire series. So I really appreciate it. You're muted, Danny.
Okay, what I said was I've answered this 100 times. Now I'm going to answer it 101 times. We are not going to cover the super manga on the Mangalorian. That's not what this
about
series.
Toriyama's original work. This isn't about any of the extra stuff.
I don't know how many times I've said this. We are not covering super on the Mangalorian. This is about Toriyama's original work from start to finish that he worked on with his pen.
Neko Majin, maybe. We might
Neko Majin, maybe. Jocko, definitely. Maybe some other one-shots that Toriyama did.
With his man in Bird Studio. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Gross, bro. Anyways, so the Buu Saga for me, I still feel the same about it I did before. The ending is incredible. The beginning part, the build up and the build up and like the Majin Vegeta stuff, I like all that stuff with Vegeta's character was great. Then it sort of like gets very hit or miss for me. Great moments, some that aren't so good, but I don't hate it or anything.
Yeah.
And then the ending, like what we read today, the Vegito stuff and the whole final chapter, the whole final chapters, like the fight with Kid Buu, everyone helped out, and then the epilogue 10 years later. All that stuff is great. I think it's a very fitting ending because, like we talked about, Mr. Satan fucking actually became the hero. Vegeta got his arc. Like, there are so many things that happened. and Goku was able to pass the torch to Oob, even though it hasn't been fully passed yet. So if we erase, like we have to remember that, take away Super, take away Daima, just look at the original work. This is the original work. This is where it ended. So what do you think, Jordan, about the Dragon Ball manga now that we have gone through the entire 42 volume story?
I think it ended too soon. I think that there was a lot of stuff that they could have done, that Toriyama himself could have done, that he never got to do. I mean, he's not immortal. I mean, to expect him to be able to continue Dragon Ball forever is great. I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, I think Dragon Ball should have ended here or there or whatever. I still think that I would like to see stuff from Oob. I would like to see stuff from Pan. I would like to, it's like, to me, I really appreciate the original manga, but I think what I appreciate the most about it is that it set forth a formula that was very, very unique, but also like very, very versatile and useful in terms of like a new form of media that's very, very enjoyable, that has its own quirks, that, I think still has value today. I think if we could somehow encapsulate how Toriyama told stories and continue to tell stories like that today, I think that would be awesome. I think the thing that I appreciate the most about the original Dragon Ball manga is Toriyama's overall media approach, like his approach to media, like the way that he writes, the way that the themes that he chooses to use and stuff like that. That all of that is the reason that I'm as big a fan of Dragon Ball as I am. So, I think that, and I mean, it's not like Toriyama didn't influence other manga to have similar things going on. He did influence other mangaka, and, he did influence other mangaka to have a similar storytelling style to him. But I think that Toriyama's overall formula and the way that he tells stories is so universally appealing that it's kind of a shame that it ended here, because I think that it to this day, it continues to have a lot of value to me,
Yeah, but I think now, though, do I wish it would have continued? I think part of me does, but now looking back on it, I feel like this probably was
the perfect ending.
Yeah, it's the most appropriate ending, and I also feel like this man, you have to remember, it took him 11 years to write Dragon Ball, and it took him like 5 to do Slump. He did Slump for 5 years, took a vacation for about half a year, and then came back and started Dragon Ball. And that's on top of doing other projects too. So,
and by the way, I would read Slump if we could. Slump is way too long. There's just way too okay. There is so much stuff in Slump that if we showed you guys, it would blow your mind. Like, there is so much stuff from Slump that made its way into Dragon Ball. It would actually be really fun to talk about and discuss on stream, but it's just too damn long. There are way too many chapters of Dr. Slump. We would have to spend like the next 2 years covering it. There's just no way we can do it. But I will highly recommend that you go read Dr. Slump, because there's a lot of gags and stuff that Toriyama, like the first instant transmission was in Dr. Slump. Like, there's all kinds of like cool
the first
stuff.
Androids.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy, awesome stuff that's in Slump that you guys should go enjoy yourself, but we can't cover that here. It's just way too much. But
yeah, and plus, I don't think people would care. To be honest.
Yeah, probably not. But yeah,
I don't think they would care. But I was just gonna say that I see where you're coming from, but I think this is the most appropriate ending. And
I agree with you. I
think Toriyama was burnt out. I think he was completely burnt out by the end, and he wanted to end it, but he still chugged his way through. He still, worked his way through, and I think he gave a satisfying ending.
I just think he was such a talent, and
I
just think that he was such a talent, and as somebody who doesn't just appreciate Dragon Ball, I appreciate all of Toriyama's works.
Right.
I guess I just kind of, more than anything else, miss his approach to storytelling, because it really was unique and cool, and I would love to have seen more of it, but unfortunately he's gone. We're never going to get that actual Toriyama, the full-on Toriyama approach ever again. So it is kind of unfortunate.
And even in Super and Daima, we didn't really get that. It wasn't all him. But I'm glad he got to come back and get involved, even if it was only for 9 years or so during the era of Super and Daima. Well, it would have probably been like, now that I think about it, it would be another 11 years because 2012 is when he started working on when he helped work on Battle of God. So it would have been from 2012 to 2024. Yeah, so he came back and gave us another decade. But the point I was trying to make is this dude was working full time drawing a weekly chapter with one vacation from 1979 to 1995. That's probably why when he retired, he was like, "Fuck this! I ain't never doing a weekly manga again. Fuck that!" And that's what I think his mentality was. And he was already super wealthy by then, so why bother? Let me get to a Justin super chat. He says, also, this is going to be my last time leaving super chats for a while. Well, that's unfortunate because we might not be done with this. We got more episodes to come, bonuses.
Yeah.
I love providing laughs for you guys very much, but right now I got to focus on improving my life for the better. Well,
That's
definitely,
awesome.
yes, that is awesome. Definitely do that. I'm always for that. All right, next super chat. To Speed Punches, I just hope Totoro can lead us if possible. Well, even if he does,
you'll always get a little bit of the Toyotaro flavoring in modern Dragon Ball. There'll always be a little bit of Toyotaro's unique touch, which I think is good. I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, he should be a copy of Toriyama. I do think that he should develop his own skills and develop his own approach and make that as good as he possibly can. But you're never going to get authentic Toriyama ever again. I mean, that's just...
Well, now he's passed away, so you definitely aren't going to get it again.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like that. And we came up with this series before he even passed away. And then I put it on hold, and then it was like, well, we should probably do it now. And so there you go. But it's been fun, man. Thank you for joining me on this fucking journey, bro. 42 streams. I was a little bit worried that we were going to not finish. Yeah, I was worried about that.
We got it done.
I
appreciate you all for coming along the ride. I know a lot of you have been here since the first stream. I really appreciate that. Definitely, keep on the lookout because me and Danny aren't done making content. We'll probably do some more streams. Now that I'm not doing the Mangalorian as often, I'm probably going to be uploading more to my channel as well. So make sure you guys go check that out. But yeah, it's been an awesome ride. I appreciate you guys greatly. And hopefully we'll see you guys in the bonus episodes.
And we're not totally done yet. The bonus episodes, we are going to do Jocko. Like, I think we kind of have to do that because the story of Toriyama's return to weekly manga, I think, is very interesting. That's for sure. Not Super, because that wasn't by his pen. But that it would be fun to do Jocko. Because Jocko was a lot of fun. And we could talk about like the Galactic Patrol and also that. So look forward to that.
That's going to be awesome. I have a lot to say about the Galactic Patrol.
I don't know if it'll be next week.
Monte Cristo says, Jordan, slightly off topic, but did you know the new DK game has Wukong influences? Yes, I did see Super Saiyan 4 Donkey Kong. I thought that was hilarious. I saw him break out of the stone egg and all that stuff. I thought that was awesome. Yeah, I've seen it.
And that's perfectly fitting, bro. That's perfectly fitting. But yeah, we will talk about Jocko. I don't know if it'll be next week, but we will be doing a Jocko stream without question. So, because that is a Toriyama manga. So there you go. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Jordan, once again. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Start the series over again. Go back to chapter or to volume 1, and let's do it again. It's meant to be seen as one big thing, And I know I went off on some people throughout the weeks, but it could have been a lot worse. And ultimately, many of them deserved it.
Yeah,
some didn't. Some didn't, but I had fun. I had a good time. All right, we're out. Take care. See you soon.